Good afternoon, colleagues. I'd like to bring our meeting back to order. See, we have everyone back as far as I can tell. So before I get started, I just wanted to make two announcements. I wanted to advise that we have not yet received a nomination for chairperson of the drafting committee. And so we can't get started with that without a nomination. So we will need to, behind the scenes, be receiving that this afternoon. And also a notice that the written correspondence items were posted this morning. I'm not sure the status. I think we're missing one item, 3.3 Global Soil Partnership, but the rest of those items are up. So you can, on the COAG website, so they can be referenced there. So as promised, we will now return to our discussion of item 3.2 towards a global program on sustainable dryland agriculture in collaboration with WASAG. I had a speakers list. I've written down the speakers. I will go in that order, although if those speakers could also raise their hands, I think it will help us just in managing the Zoom part of it. But I had on my list Russian Federation as the next speaker. I don't know if the Russian Federation has, I see the Russian Federation. No, in the waiting, I'm sorry, in the waiting room. So I will move to the US, who is my next speaker, and then back to the Russian Federation. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let's see. Although the United States is not a partner, we'd like to acknowledge WASAG as an important platform seeking to address water scarcity in agriculture. While drought and water scarcity pose undeniable threats to agricultural production and communities, we also highlight the importance of considering issues related to flood prevention and water quality and timing. We note the WASAG partnership includes a key focus on climate change and encourage WASAG to coordinate with the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture, established by FAO to serve as an interagency clearinghouse for research, lessons, sharing, and best practices. Noting its emphasis on food security and on innovative approaches to support environmentally and economically sustainable livelihoods, we welcome the Global Program on Sustainable Dryland Agriculture and FAO's calls for members to strengthen cooperation for its implementation, including through targeted evidence, policy, and innovation. The United States is continuing its work towards food and water security, and as appropriate, we will continue to seek practical opportunities to complement WASAG. We are interested to see the continuing achievements of WASAG and request that FAO report to COAG periodically on the progress of the partnership and the global program. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I'll just quickly run through the speakers list that I have from before the break. Russian Federation, Mali, Argentina, Peru, Switzerland, Sudan, Senegal. I will go through in that order, but I will wait till I see a hand raised before I call on that delegation. Just the hand raised will be their confirmation that they are actually here. So not seeing Russian Federation yet, I will move to Mali. Mali, you have the floor, followed by Argentina.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mali welcomes the statement and endorses the statement made by Cabo Verde. My country is covered by desert land, dry lands, for 2/3 of its surface area. And the availability of water resources overall is very low. Agriculture is mainly carried out by smallholders. Livestock breeding is the most important activity in this part of the country. Climate change has also become manifest with the expansion of the desert towards the south, which which has created extraordinarily vulnerable and difficult situations for thousands upon thousands of herders. That is why we especially value the global program on sustainable dryland agriculture and welcome this program. And it is important also in the framework of FAO's hand-in-hand initiative. We have great hopes for this program, for the drylands. As regards water, we have a saying, no water, no village. And this is certainly true in much of the Sahelian area. Water is the source of life. Water is the source of well-being. Water is a common good, a public good. Is it at the very center of our environmental issues, our geostrategic issues? It is important as a domestic resource. It is essential for agriculture. For all these reasons, we invite all members to strengthen their cooperation to implement this global program, and we support this program with innovative policies and targeted investments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think you're now unmuted. Go ahead.
Je n'ai pas compris. Vous m'aviez entendu, Madame?
Did you hear me, Madam Chair, says Mali?
Yes, Molly, we heard your intervention.
Okay.
I'm now passing the floor to the Russian Federation. Russia, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, we apologize for the technical issues we had at the very beginning. I will be very brief in this statement. And a point referring to regulation. We appreciate this initiative for drylands, for building sustainable agriculture, especially in the conditions of climate change, which is leading to more dry lands expanding. We think it's also to have the innovative approaches to water management. It's important to attract investment to support these policies. We support, therefore, the work that is being done by the global program for the sustainable development of drylands. We consider this to be an extremely important program. And we think it's also important that it be implemented in collaboration with the other global programs of FAO. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that. I give the floor to Argentina, followed by Peru. And I've seen that Senegal is requesting the floor on behalf of the African Regional Group, but if it's acceptable, I think we'll just follow the usual procedure of by order in which hands were raised. Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Argentina recognizes the challenges that are faced by the drylands, and we understand that it's important to undertake actions to ensure that sustainable agriculture may develop in these areas. For these reasons, we support the proposal of the Global Program on Sustainable Dryland Agriculture and share the objectives, the priority objectives as set out in paragraph 8 of the document 2020/17. However, in objective letter E, we think that we should not privilege a specific solution. In this case, it is nature-based solutions when we are addressing the challenge to enhance the efficiency in water use. Innovative approaches may be extremely useful. And the information document /15 in paragraph 8A lists the specific technologies and approaches, and here we think it's important to point out the relevance of those technologies that can be maintained over time even without external support. The global reach of this program is important, although of course the main targets will be the low-income countries in the framework of the Hand-in-Hand initiative. Paragraph 9 of document 2020-15 mentions that over a period of a minimum of 5 years, the program will focus on low-income, low-capacity countries. Now, we understand that to ensure the global reach of this program, leaving no one behind, it is also important to envisage actions in middle-income and higher-income countries, which also have restrictions in terms of their sustainable development in drylands. At least in South America, as mentioned by the delegation of Brazil, there are very large arid and semi-arid areas, and this is true in other sub-regions of Latin America and the Caribbean as well. It is important to consider the needs of all countries in the programmatic activities of FAO, and this has been highlighted repeatedly in the Program Committee and in the FAO Council. And therefore, we would like to receive more information on the possibility of incorporating other countries in future stages of this program, and if that were possible, which would be the parameters for the establishment of a priority of inclusion of these countries. And we would like this observation to be included in the conclusions on this item of the program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Argentina. Peru, followed by Switzerland, followed by Senegal. Peru, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Peru is the third country with the largest extent of arid and dry lands in South America. According to these estimates, the dry lands account for about 25% of the total surface area of my country. On the other hand, to be able to meet the needs of food of our population, we have, and unfortunately the audio connection has been lost.
Peru, we have lost your audio, possibly your video. Perhaps while we're waiting for that to be resolved, I will turn the floor to Switzerland. Switzerland, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Switzerland thanks the Secretariat for document COAG 2020-17 and also document COAG 2020/INF/16, which gives an update on the global framework on water scarcity in agriculture. Switzerland supports the global program on sustainable agriculture and drylands. Water scarcity is not only an environmental and economic problem, but also a social and political one. People without access to safe and sufficient water resources are often amongst the most marginalized groups. Addressing water governance is therefore an essential part when dealing with water scarcity. Switzerland attaches particular importance to a multi-stakeholder approach to address the challenges of water scarcity in agriculture. This is why we see great value in the global framework on water scarcity in agriculture. My delegation encourages COAG members to participate in WASAG and to actively support the framework and its activities in relation to the global program on sustainable agriculture and drylands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. I see Peru has returned, so I will return the floor to Peru to complete its intervention. Peru, you have the floor. Please proceed, Peru. Peru, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Madam Chair, Peru is the third country in South America with the largest extent of dry lands. And according to these estimates, the dry lands account for approximately 25.5% of the total surface area of Peru. And if you look at the availability of croplands in the country, we see that we have many other issues, such as an unequal geographical distribution of land with respect to the density of the population, therefore small holdings, and impossibility to have access to technology in agriculture owing to the lack of resources. There's a great imbalance, therefore, between the land that is available for agriculture and the food needs of the population. And the result is that part of our people are living in what are very marginal and vulnerable areas, which leads to a dangerous degradation of the resources in those areas. To preserve our available resources, in the last few decades, Peru has supported the development of a number of important agricultural projects in desert areas. And it is becoming an alternative to ensuring food security and nutrition and to meet the growing demand. And there is a trend now to seek alternatives to grow food, produce food that does not degrade the ecosystems. And therefore, we agree very much with the global program for sustainable agriculture in drylands to support the food security and nutrition needs at present day and the future. And therefore, we look to FAO to support the development of a capacity in our research institutions and innovation to assist producers who are developing activities under conditions that are becoming even more difficult in our climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Peru. Senegal, followed by Iran. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. And I would like to point out the fact that there are some technical issues in the procedure, and as mentioned before, to join the forum. It took us about 10 minutes to enter, and so it was impossible for me to, for quite a long time, to enter and to ask for the floor too. And therefore, I do apologize to the Africa Group for making this statement later than we had hoped. And without having been heard of the other statements, certainly this was due to no will of our own. Regional statements should have priority over national statements, even if they ask for the floor afterwards, owing to the procedural issues. The problem. Having said that, though, thank you once again, Madam Chair, for having given me the floor. And Senegal is making this statement now on behalf of the Africa Regional Group. The Africa Regional Group welcomes the work carried out by FAO on sustainable agriculture in arid and dry lands, and the document COAG 20 IM 15 on the global program for sustainable agriculture in dry lands. A lack of water and its consequences, dry lands, is one of the most severe threats to food security for millions of people throughout the world and may even endanger peace, security, and international stability. In the African continent, Sahel, the Sahelian region, and the Horn of Africa in particular, are really feeling the brunt of the new arid conditions. Harvests are simply not enough to feed the people living in these areas, and the pressure on water is increasing, and it brings a lot of conflict along with it. The recent events, such as the very recent floods in the Sahelian countries, which are direct consequences of climate change, are only worsening the situation because they destroy a good part of the crops and livestock, and therefore reduce even further the livelihoods of the people in this region. Similar events have also taken place in southern Africa last year, leading to major loss in terms of heads of livestock and loss of crops and a very severe food crisis. And now, at the time which we're speaking, East Africa is also facing another very severe threat, that of the desert locusts, destroying everything in its path. And that is why Africa Regional Group welcomes this new global program on sustainable dryland agriculture, the general objective of which is to improve food security and nutrition, livelihoods, and sustainable management of the environment in drylands. The group approves the 9 technical objectives that are targeted in the program, which all appear to be very relevant in facing the changes. The Africa Group also is pleased to see that it contains a number of toolboxes with technologies, innovations, technical solutions, digital solutions for sustainable agriculture in drylands. And we once again wish to affirm the interest we have in agroecological innovation and invite FAO to place this really at the center of the toolbox. We're pleased to see as a group the envisaged involvement also of the private sector in the development of sustainable supply chains and the implementation of innovative technologies. Private sector is an essential element for the implementation of this program. We also welcome the central role that South-Southern Triangular Cooperation has in the cooperation with partners and donors in the exchange of technology and in policies for capacity building and sharing of knowledge and data. The Africa Regional Group invites FAO to give priority to regions such as the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and similar regions to help them meet the extremely urgent situations that is due to water scarcity and to improve the agricultural productivity of the drylands in our countries. The Africa Group also notes with satisfaction the partnership that has been envisaged with initiatives such as the Great Green Wall of the Sahara and Sahel and the GEF 7 program for the sustainable management of forests, an impact program. We're also happy to see that there is an integrated, collaborative, participatory approach in the design and implementation of the program. This approach is crucial to have sustainable food systems in place that protect the environment while ensuring economic resilience, social equity, and food security and nutrition. The AFRA Group also commends the idea of selecting and applying for each country and each agroecological area and each production system the most suitable technology to optimize our chances of achieving the hoped for outcomes in terms of food security and nutrition, strengthening livelihoods, building resilience, and ensuring sustainable environmental management and protecting biodiversity in the drylands. We recognize the relevance of the linkage established between the program and the Hand-in-Hand initiative and the potential synergies with other initiatives and FAO global programs, in particular the WASAG program and the framework program of FAO for the funding of this program. We invite FAO to explore the possible synergies between this program and the Global Water Forum that will be held in Dakar at the end of 2021. The Africa Regional Group calls on all members, partners, and donors to support this global program on sustainable dryland agriculture. Also by participating in the multi-donor fund that the organization has envisaged to ensure the sustainability of this program. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Senegal, on behalf of the African Regional Group, and I do apologize for any transgressions on my part. I can only ask for members' understanding as we try to get through this meeting. Certainly my intention is not to be breaking any rules of procedure. I will now turn the floor to Iran, followed by Sudan. Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Let me to commend your chairmanship and thank you for your passion about regarding some technical problems that we are facing, and we obliged to send message or request again the floor. Madam Chair and Excellencies, Water is essential for agriculture production and food security. It is the lifeblood of ecosystems, including forests, lakes, and wetlands, on which our present and future food and nutritional security depends. Growing water scarcity in Near East region is now one of the leading challenges for sustainable development. This challenge will become more pressing as the world's population continues to grow, daily living standards increase, diet change, and effect of climate change intensify. We will have to use our natural resources more wisely as time goes on. And when it comes on water, there is no exception. Water scarcity is expected to intensify as a result of climate change. It is predicted to bring about increased temperature across the world. More frequent and severe droughts are having an impact on agricultural production, while rising temperature translates into increased crop water demand. In addition to improvements in water use efficiency and agricultural productivity, we must take action to manage our water resources. Doing so will not prevent a drought from occurring, but it can help in preventing droughts from resulting in famine and socio-economic disruption. Therefore, the Global Program on Sustainable Dryland Agriculture, in collaboration with the Global Framework on Water Scarcity in Agriculture, is an opportunity for confronting of water scarcity, which help us to improve our action for achieving Agenda 2030 goals. Accordingly, Iran fully supports the Global Program on Sustainable Dryland Agriculture in collaboration with the Framework on Water Scarcity in Agriculture. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor now to Sudan. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to welcome this initiative. We believe that this initiative. The speaker is inaudible. Unfortunately, the interpreter cannot hear the intervention.
Sudan, we aren't able to hear you. Can you get closer to your mic, perhaps?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are you hear me?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to welcome this initiative towards sustainable dryland agriculture. We believe that this initiative is a main pillar to ensure sustainable agriculture and climate-smart agriculture. Most dry land areas in Sudan account for 70% of our total area. However, agriculture in Sudan is prone to climatic changes, especially the frequent drought spells. We have launched many interventions and initiatives aiming to increasing the moisture of the soil. These initiatives try to help small-scale farmers and pastoralists to get by. We are working with very global initiatives and programs. As we believe, water scarcity is a key focus of these programs. It is very important to work on dryland issues, and we believe that this program will be able to handle such challenges ably. Drylands are affected by drought. Therefore, we need to support pastoralists and small-scale farmers to be able to counter climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've come to the end of my speakers list, so I will turn the floor now to the Secretariat. I believe it is Dr. Xia who will be responding on this point. So Dr. Xia, the floor is yours.
You hear me? Yes?
Yes, we hear you well.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for our DDG batch giving me this floor, and the distinguished delegates. And through all this interaction, I'm very much motivated. I can say it is a very good topic. I can make some summary or response in 4 areas. The first one, importance. I can say this is a wonderful topic. There is dry, water, climate change. It's so popular words we should familiarize. And also affiliated with hands in hands as a great initiative from FAO. And also people mentioned affiliation with sustainable development. Most importantly, people make this phrase, I like it, low water, low village. So you will say how important of water. This is my first point. Second one, about the support. All the 18 speakers, I can make a count, 18 speakers, welcome this initiative, particularly support 4-pillar, this response, 4-pillar area for work on it. Particularly some country provide very good evidence to support this initiative, this project, like Dominican Republic, Indonesia, Cabo Verde, Peru, Iran, Sudan. I can say they provide very good evidence, very good facts to say how important for dryland agriculture, for water saving. So this is the first, second part, and the support by so many countries use evidence and support this important initiative. I make summarize, and there's 5 very important suggestions. I think it's very important, particularly for NSP. Later on, we are working in this field. Number 1, I think it's great and a suggestion from Brazil. Work on the ground. Do something concretely, not talking. This is perfect. We need action in the country level, in the farmer field level. So this is the first speaker, also is Brazil, making me a very good impression. It is, we should do something on the ground. Second one, about increase farmers' capacity. Everything we worry about. However, we need a farmers' capacity and then to dealing with. I guess in Germany have very strong this kind of support. There's a reason very good proposal, increase farmer, particularly small farmers' capacity, and also Dominican Republic measure small island, the country's capacity. The third suggestion is very strong about the technical and support. I can see Kapodova mentioned about sharing knowledge and in local level, and also Senegal on behalf of African region strongly recommend using modern digital technology to support dryland agriculture. Number 4 area of partnership and resource mobilization. There is a very good proposal from China about the resource mobilization. Also from Switzerland, mentioned multi-stakeholder support. Also Senegal mentioned about and South-South cooperation with private sector. And then very importantly, as another one, but from Canada, mentioned we should develop different project to implement, not only talking. This is the right way to make something happen through the project driven process. This is the number 3, this notes some 5 area of important suggestion. And the last one, there is some special request. I think it's very important for our secretariat, our NSP to take consideration. Number 1, I think Brazil mentioned there is some document is not listed South American in the list. I think this may be the way we can do it right now. This one. And then the US request make a regular reporting about the progress. It is. We using the monitoring, reporting, see what happened, not only talking here. So this is from the USA. And then there is from other countries. I think Argentina mentioned about the prioritization of a list of country. Who is going first? So this also we can and then smartly use the limited resource. So this is very good, a proposal for prioritization of the country to be selected. Another one from Senegal, I think is very good again, and the need optimization of the system. It is, we should optimize the system structure, functionality, and the service. I think this is 4 point. I hope catch most of people's idea. Thank you, all of you, for your very good, valuable suggestion. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Xia. I have one more request for the floor, so I will turn the floor to Egypt. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My sincere congratulations to you on the way you have led our debate. We support this project in line with the global framework. It's very good for us to use this document to improve the situation in many countries and also to address climate change and to deal with water scarcity and droughts. In Egypt, we would like to invite new mechanisms to be established to improve programs in this area and to strengthen the FAO's activities in our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I see no further requests for the floor, so I will consider discussion on this agenda item complete at this time. We will look at a summary, but we will do so at a later point. At this point, I propose that we return to our unfinished discussion on item 2.3, proposal for the establishment of a COAG subcommittee on livestock. As requested yesterday, the Secretariat has been working at incorporating the comments that were provided on the terms of reference and rules of procedure of the committee, subcommittee, with the hope that we will be able as a committee to be in a position to endorse them at this meeting, which will be, I think, the preferable outcome anything else seems to lead us into a procedural morass. So I would hope that that we will be able to come to an agreement on these 2 points. And the idea is to look at the revisions. If we can agree on revisions, these would be appended as an annex to the report of this committee, and so would become the new text going forward as part of our report. At this point, I will turn the floor over to Deputy Director General Semedo, who will walk us through the changes that have been made to the terms of reference and the rules of procedure, to outline what they are and to explain where they come from. Maria Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jennifer, and good afternoon to all. I would like to start by thanking all the members and the delegates for the positive comments given yesterday to the proposal regarding the establishment of the COAG subcommittee on livestock. Regarding and following the comments, we try to improve the TORs, taking into consideration the majority of the comments. And I think we have the TORs on the screen, the proposed TORs with the change. Okay. You have the main changes in blue, where the first one is regarding the scope. It has been requested by the US, if I'm not wrong, to clarify the scope. The scope now is to have a forum for consultation and discussion of all matters related to livestock, and the definition of livestock referring to all terrestrial animal used for food and agriculture. And we think this clarifies the scope of the subcommittee. The second, it was from the European Commission to try to have the same scope and the same content as the subcommittee on aquaculture. And if you see the points, advise on the preparation of technical reviews and on issues and trends of international significance, advise on the mechanism to prepare, facilitate, and implement action program, as well as on the expected contribution of partners. And the third one, advise on strengthening of international collaboration to assist developing countries in the implementation of good practices and guidance to support sustainable livestock sector development. These, for sure, we had to adjust because one is on aquaculture, the second one on livestock, but ceteris paribus, we are able to keep the same language. The third recommendation was to work on a multi-year program, where we, in the point 8, prepare a multi-year program for its work for consideration and approval by the committee. Those are the main changes we propose to your consideration regarding the terms of reference of the subcommittee. The second change is on the rules of procedures. And the rules of procedures, the first comment was why the subcommittee is only for representatives of the regional group. And the proposal is to enlarge the membership in order to be open to all members nations of the Committee of Agriculture. It will have the same composition of the COAG. And the last point is regarding the observers, where it was clear that any organization of member states or any specialized agencies that is not a member state of the subcommittee may attend a session of the subcommittee in an observer capacity In addition, the subcommittee, acting on a recommendation of the Bureau, may invite other interested organizations upon request to participate as observers in meeting of the subcommittee or for the discussion of specific items. And as it's happened in COAG, observers may intervene in debates upon invitation from the chairperson. Madam Chair, I think those are the main comments coming from the members, which we try to integrate as much as possible in the TORs and the rules and procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Elena. I think for purposes of the discussion, we will take these in turn, start with the terms of reference. Once we've discussed that, we can turn to the rules of procedure. So if we can scroll back up to the terms of reference, showing as much of it as we can, I will now open the floor for any reactions from members. Floor is open. And I think what we are seeing on the screen is the full text. There's nothing below subcommittee. So you have before you the entirety of the proposed revisions to the terms of reference. I'm not seeing any requests for the floor, but I want to give it another few minutes for members to look at. I don't want to rush through this. It's an important topic. Okay, there is one comment from Egypt. Ah, I see the Philippines. Philippines, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a problem with muting and unmuting. Firstly, we would like to thank the Chair, the Secretariat, and Ms. Semedo for this revisions in the terms of reference. And indeed, as we gather, almost all of the concerns are now taken on board. And specifically, one of our recommendations even before in the draft is the definition of the livestock, because that would clearly establish the scope and coverage of this subcommittee. I just have a minor maybe clarification on the words advice. Instead of advice, I think it should be CE instead of SE, because even in the FAO basic texts, the committee's advice rather than with a CE rather than SE. So that's just a minor observation. Thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion, Philippines. I do think, though, we are here in one of the confusing parts of English, and advice with CE is the noun, and here we are using the verb to advise, which is spelled with an S. So these are all actions that the committee are being asked to do. So I think it's correct as advise with an S. I did see a question in the chat about whether or not bees would be included in the definition of terrestrial animals. Maybe I will turn that over to the Secretariat for advice on that. Maria Elena or one of your colleagues, please take the floor on that. It's actually probably a tricky question. So I don't actually see any further requests for the floor on the terms of reference, except for that one question. Chile. I give the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a question on bees. Is that in the terms of reference? Well, in Chile, we actually had a question to FAO on this, and FAO told us that it's part of livestock, that bees are part of livestock. That's the answer we received from FAO when we asked FAO the question. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I?
Yes, please go ahead, Maria Ellen.
Now, it was just to confirm that bees are included. When we refer to the terrestrial animals, are all animals included bees?
Thank you for that clarification. I give the floor now to the US, followed by Germany. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you. We had a question, if you could scroll down to the, I think it's 3.3 on the adjustment to the rules and observers, or are we going to wait and just deal with this section first?
I would, if
okay,
like
fine.
to just do the terms of reference, and then we can turn to the rules of procedure. Did you have something on the terms of reference?
No.
Okay, please stand by. And I see no one does. Okay, so with no further calls for the floor on terms of reference, it would appear this is acceptable to the committee, which is good news. Let's move down to the rules of procedure, and I will give the floor to the United States for their comment there. Please go ahead, United States.
Thank you. The question was on, I think if you could scroll down on the observers. And just asking for clarification if that will be, again, the same rules for observer status that's in COAG, because it looks like these rules might go beyond the general rules for observers. So if we could just get clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn the floor to Switzerland and then back to the Secretariat to answer that question. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It actually concerns the same rule, which is now Rule A4, I think. Yesterday, we requested that Rule 5, it was Rule 5 yesterday, now Rule 4 on observers, establish a clear interaction with GAZL. We also submitted a written proposal on this, and we just don't see it here. So if you allow me, I would like to read it out, or otherwise know the reasons why it wasn't included. So if you want me to read it out, I'm happy to do so. We propose to include there as a new sentence at the end that the Global Agenda for Sustainable Livestock is invited to each session of the subcommittee to submit a report on its work, full stop. Thank you, Madam Chair. Shall I read it out again?
Thank you, Switzerland. Sorry, I was getting some clarification from Secretariat colleagues. We did get that proposal, and there will be a third document we'll be looking at as a committee this afternoon, and that is the summary of our committee discussions. And so I understand that the Swiss proposal has been included in the revised draft of that summary that will go into our report. So I guess it's a question for you. Do you feel it needs to be in the rules of procedure, or is it sufficient that appear in the summary of in the COAG 27 report on this agenda item?
if we can then have a look, I'm happy to look at the text of the summary and consider that text. That's fine.
Okay, so perhaps as a way to proceed, we'll consider, that Switzerland is a reservation on the terms of procedure pending review of the summary. And if we need to, we'll come back to the terms of procedure on the Swiss proposal if it's not, if what we see when we look at the summary doesn't meet your needs, if that works. Thank you for your flexibility there, just so we can keep with one document at a time. I will give the floor now to Germany, followed by Cameroon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. And let me express our deep appreciation to you, Madam Chair, to the Secretariat, and also Deputy Director General Semedo for the opportunity to look at these documents and for the clarifications that you are giving here to us, and by that respecting the discussion that we had on the floor yesterday. So that is really wonderful. Could you please scroll up a bit, because we wanted to take a look at, I think, the second page when it comes to the sessions of the subcommittee. And I think there was one rule dealing with that in regard to a biennium, something like that, but I couldn't see it really properly on the text. The sessions, there it is. And I just have to check if, since what Switzerland just said also is in regards to our demand that it should be intersessional, and if that is included, I have to see that if you scroll up again a little bit, like, yeah, or down, and then it's in there. Okay, all right. Then I think we are fine with that. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Germany. I give the floor to Cameroon.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I hope you hear me. And then we are very happy with this this work, and I think they have done some homework as we requested yesterday, and it is highly appreciated. Now, I listened to the question by the US, and I think it worth taking into consideration in the last part in blue, because from our understanding, a subcommittee cannot have different rules than the committee itself. So we would rather prefer something like the observer status, that is after observer capacity. So we can add something like, do you follow? I hope Gabby is following. After observer, no. Scroll down.
You're at the right spot.
You are going too far. It's any member of the organization or member state of the United States, so up to an observer capacity. So from there, we can add another sentence, please. So the observer capacity of the committee applies mutatis mutandis to the subcommittee. Because I think this is something that we think should apply. We cannot have a different rule for a subcommittee, and that's why we insisted yesterday. If you recall, when we were discussing the final, we insisted that we should put following FAO rules, because we have the rules of observers in the FAO. Now, can we scroll up a bit, and then at the beginning? Yes, no, yes, yeah. I am here, the subcommittee on livestock, the subcommittee shall be open to all member nations of the Committee on Agriculture, the committee. It shall be composed of those members nations which notify the Director General. I don't know whether that rule continue to apply, the rule of notification. I know it applied till a certain moment, but I need to make sure that it continues to apply today. The notification principle, I think, is we are applying the rule of no application, that you are de facto a member of those committees. This is I think this is the rule which is applying. So I wish they can check with the legal counsel if that, because it used to apply in the late probably after the reform of FAO, that rule, we stop applying that rule of notification, written notification. So I don't know whether it is still available, but I need to, before I can change anything, I need the advice of the legal counsel. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Cameroon. So I see Brazil has asked for the floor, but I think in the interest of clarifying points, I'll turn it over to the Secretariat at this point to answer the US question and implicitly Cameroon's question as well, in terms of what are the current rules regarding notification for, if I understood correctly, the Committee on Agriculture, and if so, whether it's appropriate to have them for the subcommittee, or perhaps they better understood Cameroon's question. Before doing that, with regard to Cameroon's suggestion on current Rule 4, which was trying to clarify that the definitions for observers of the subcommittee should not differ from those of the Committee on Agriculture. I will just ask the Secretariat to show current Rule 5, Rules of Procedure of the Committee, which I think is a blanket statement that specifies that all of the rules of procedure of the committee, although it talks about not specifically dealt with. Anyway, that might not have helped. I'm just going to turn it over to the Secretariat now, whether Maria Elena, or I believe we have the legal counsel on the line as well, whichever of you would like to address these few points that have come up. Maria Elena, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I shared this proposal with the legal counselor, and she told me it was in line with the rules and procedures. I'm trying to reach her to confirm, following intervention of Cameroon, of Medim. She haven't yet replied. She might be in another meeting, but she endorsed the proposal. But in order to be sure, I'm trying to reach her. Probably what I can propose, if it's feasible, if you don't have any other comment, we move to the chair summary while I try to reach her, and I will provide information.
Thank you, Maria Elena. The Secretariat here is informing me that the legal counselor is actually on the Zoom call. So if she is, I can give the floor to her. I will open the floor to the legal counselor, and we'll see if she appears. The floor is yours. She's having technical problems apparently, but she is online. So perhaps while we're waiting, I will give the floor if Brazil is still wishing to speak. Brazil, I'll give the floor to you. I see your hand is no longer raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we will wait for the clarifications from Secretariat and Legal Counsel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, this doesn't seem like it will be quickly resolved to track down the legal counsel. So I will open the floor for any, if there are any other questions related, questions, observations, comments on the rules of procedure not related to this specific question. And if not, I will follow Maria Elena's proposal and we can move to look at the, I'm going to go on the assumption that the legal counsel will be able to explain why the document is already reflecting the concerns raised. And on that assumption, perhaps we can move to the chair's summary and return to the rules of procedure once we have the legal counsel on the line. So if we can put the draft summary up on the screen. And I will yet again thank the committee for their flexibility. So if I understand correctly, this too has been looked at. I can reply to what is the current rule for the membership of the committee. So I believe some of this, yes, I believe this has been altered by the Secretariat. I think in blue is what's been altered by the Secretariat to reflect the kind of considered wording that is appropriate based on the rules of procedure of the Committee of Agriculture and the basic text.
Jennifer?
Yes?
Chair, I just talked to Donata on WhatsApp. Her computer is blocked, but what she told me that regarding the TORs, Rules of Procedure 32, paragraph 4, it's clear that we should apply the rules of procedures of the committee. And the second, regarding MEDI query, it says that the continues to require members to notify the Director General, and this is what has been applied, meaning that what is here is correct.
Okay, thank you for that. Perhaps we can switch back.
Computer is broken and she
to the terms of, to the rules of procedure. So on that basis, Cameroon had comments on the notification, but we have had it confirmed by the legal counsel that in fact there is still a requirement to notify the Director General for the committee. And so in principle, this is reflecting the current reality. And then if we go down to the bottom, where we had been looking towards Cameroon and made the other changes, I mean, there is Cameroon's addition, which, if I've understood correctly, is not needed because the other parts of the text, according to legal counsel, make clear that that the rules of COAG apply to this subcommittee. I'll open the floor now to members for any reactions to that, whether they are comfortable returning to the original text as proposed by the Secretariat and reviewed by legal counsel, or if we do want to keep in that addition from Cameroon. So I'll open the floor now for any further questions or comments, whether on this point or any point related to the rules of procedure. Oh, and sorry. So I give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much on the Secretariat for coming up with these proposals for terms of reference and the rules of procedure, so that we can approve this during the committee. if possible. I had just one comment and one request for clarification. Starting with the clarification, I noticed that formally we had composition based on regions, and now it's open. I just wanted to understand why that changed, not that we are opposing. We know that other subcommittees may also follow this practice, just a request for clarification. And the second one, we do like to echo the participation of observers should follow the committee's procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Maybe in the interest, I'll turn it back to Maria Elena to quickly answer that question, as it might be useful for later speakers. That might be the way to go on this topic. So Maria Elena, if you could explain about the change to the regional representation.
My understanding was a comment yesterday made from the European Union regarding to move from the regional representative to enlarge the participation to all members of the committee. It was a request coming from the discussion on this point of the agenda. This was really our understanding, and no one objected yesterday.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I'll give the floor now to the United States. US, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If you could go to the observer status language. Correct. There. In light of the guidance we just received, and that we will be following the rules of the committee in regards to observer capacity, I don't see a need for any of the language beginning with any member of the organization, striking all the language in blue, and just leaving the language by Cameroon.
Okay, so that would, that's now reflected. I'll give the floor to Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for clarification.
Concernant la qualité.
A question for clarification on the quality of member. Being a member of the COAG, is it possible to be a member of COAG without being a member of the subcommittee?
I believe.
Madame la Présidente.
Have you understood the question, Madam Chair?
Understood the question, whether.
Would it be possible to sit on the subcommittee without being a member of the committee? So that's a question I'm wondering about.
I guess, and the answer seems to be yes, that you could, that the membership would be as described here. The members, the subcommittee is open to all member nations of the Committee on Agriculture, is how it's described. So then the answer is no. You could not. You would have to be a member of the Committee on Agriculture to sit on the subcommittee on livestock, as it's written here. So all member countries who are members of the Committee on Agriculture would have the opportunity to write to the Director General stating they wish to be a member of the subcommittee. Senegal, you still have the floor. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Chair, my question is even a bit deeper than that. Could a country not be bound by the decisions of the subcommittee if it's not a member? If a member of the committee Could a member of the committee that is not a member of the subcommittee not be considered to be bound by decisions taken by the subcommittee? Shouldn't being a member of the committee, shouldn't that automatically mean that you're also a member of the subcommittee? There's a logical link. Being a member of the committee, one should automatically be member of the subcommittee. Therefore, decisions taken at the subcommittee would apply to the decisions that would apply to the committee members.
Je ne sais pas si vous
Thank
avez
you.
compris.
Was that clear, I hope?
Yes, it is clear. I think the main point is that the subcommittee cannot take decisions that bind the Committee on Agriculture, that the subcommittee would report to the Committee on Agriculture. And at that point, all members of the Committee on Agriculture would review the recommendations from the subcommittee and endorse them or alter them, is my understanding of how this would work. So all members of the Committee on Agriculture have the opportunity to be on the subcommittee, but no member of the Committee on Agriculture would be bound by a decision or a recommendation of the subcommittee until it had gone to the Committee on Agriculture and the Committee on Agriculture had endorsed any of those recommendations.
Legal counsel. She's on. FAO legal counsel is on.
Okay, and I'm told we now have the legal counsel on the line and able to speak. So I will turn the floor over to her on this point and any other point she wants to respond to. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and my sincere apologies. It's the challenges of our working methods at this time. I followed the discussions and then promptly my connection went when I was meant to speak. I was purely coming in, I requested the floor now, just to intervene precisely on this particular point and to confirm, in fact, your understanding. This subcommittee is an advisory committee. It's not a decision-making body. It is there to provide support to and assist the committee in its work. And therefore, the question of binding decisions does not arise in this context. I would hope that that would assuage any concerns that some members may have vis-a-vis the role of this committee and the implications of the work it is undertaking. With respect to the other matters that were raised earlier, I understand that DDG Samedo managed to convey my advice, and so I won't repeat that in the interests of time, unless you would wish me to do so. Thank you very much, Chair. Over.
Thank you very much. I don't think we need to make you repeat now, although you might repeat later. We'll see. I'll give the floor now to Cameroon.
Yes, Madam Chair, probably let me come back to the concern of Senegal, and I think we want to put it probably differently. We can summarize the entire text, which is in blue there, by one single sentence. The members of the committee are de facto members of the subcommittee, because this is membership. You have already applied to be a member of, because you cannot, we cannot say there is a rule which is different, or in the subcommittee, which is different from the rule in the, there is no, I don't think that we have to go into these details of notifying, because you notify your membership in the, once you have notified your membership in the committee, you don't need to notify it for the subcommittee to be a member of the subcommittee. You don't need that. You've already done it. So as long as you are a member of the committee, you are entitled to take part in the work of the subcommittee, unless you decide yourself otherwise. That's your own decision, because this is a subcommittee. So I wish I can suggest that probably because this language is very complicated in my head. I I don't understand it, because the subcommittee on livestock shall be open to all members, all member nations of the Committee on Agriculture. It is open.
Okay, thank you, Cameron.
And
So
then
if I-
it shall be composed of those member nations which notify the director. You know, it's a little bit confusing for me.
So if I understand, then your proposal is that we would delete everything in this paragraph after the paragraph would state simply the subcommittee on livestock shall be open to all member nations of the Committee on Agriculture, and then we would delete the rest of this paragraph. Is that your proposal?
Yes, that can play the trick.
Okay, let's leave it there in square brackets. I give the floor now to New Zealand.
Thanks, Chair. Just answering the question of Brazil. Yeah, our regional group sent a proposal in last night just to support the comment of the EU yesterday. Just reflecting that the subcommittee on aquaculture and the subcommittee on fish trade are both open to all member nations. So we just forwarded the text of the terms of the rules of procedure or from those two bodies, and also reflecting that the proposal was not very inclusive and could create a lot of administrative difficulties for no apparent reason. So this is a much more inclusive approach and doesn't require you to go back and vote on new members every time a member country or region wants to change their representative if they have an expert they want to send to a particular meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, New Zealand. I'll give the floor now to Chile. Chile, you have the floor.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to, in line with what New Zealand has said, we would like to understand whether the COFI subcommittees also provided that countries would have to notify in writing to the Director General their intention to be members of the subcommittee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. I'll turn to the Secretariat for an answer on that question. Maria Elena or anyone else?
In the COFI, it's clear that it's open to all member nations of the organization. It doesn't have the clause to inform the Director General, but maybe Donata can come up with more additional information. But this is what is in the TORs of the Subcommittee on Aquaculture.
Give the floor to Donata.
Yes, in fact, I simply confirm what DDG Semedo said. Nothing more to add. It is said as she set out. Thank you.
Okay, so if I understand that correctly, then it wouldn't be setting a precedent if we were to delete, as per Cameron's suggestion, this part of the membership, the notification portion. It would be in line with the COFI subcommittees. Okay. I see no further requests from the floor, so my suggestion is that we go ahead and delete that notification portion since okay, since that's there, then if we go down to the bottom where we had some other changes, then we have a suggestion from the United States of deleting all parts of this section. And if you can just scroll up so we can see the title of that section, observers. This observers section, leaving only the observer capacity of the committee applies mutatis mutandis to the subcommittee. I would just appreciate legal counsel's reaction to that, whether that sentence as it is would be sufficient to capture the meaning of members, which as I understood it was any observer who is able to be an observer at the Committee of Agriculture, the same rules would apply to be an observer of the Committee on Agriculture as to be an observer of the subcommittee. So I'll turn the floor to Donata.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would simply have an editorial suggestion. I believe this text does capture that your observer status in the committee is replicated in effect in the subcommittee. I would simply suggest changing the word of to in. Observer capacity in the committee shall apply, mutatis mutandis, to the subcommittee.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
On that, I guess we can, seeing no request for the floor, we can go ahead and delete those sections. So hopefully we are reflecting the intent of this committee that all members of COAG are de facto a member of the subcommittee, and anyone who is qualified or who is allowed to be an observer of the Committee on Agriculture may also be an observer of this subcommittee. Are there any further comments, questions on the terms of reference? Not the terms of reference, on the rules of procedure. Seeing none, I think that we can consider the rules of procedure as amended in this discussion to be acceptable to the committee. Thank you very much. Let us move to the chair's summary. So, as I mentioned, I think the chair's summary is as we left it, but tidied up by the Secretariat in consultation, I think, with the legal counsel, just to make sure that what is being proposed in terms of process makes sense in terms of the basic text. So we thank them for that work. So I will read through it. I guess I'll read through it in its entirety so that members can kind of see what's in it, and then we can move back to the top. So paragraph 1 now reads, the committee, in accordance with Rule 7.1 of its rules of procedure, established a subcommittee on livestock, subcommittee, and invited council and conference to endorse the subcommittee as an intergovernmental forum with a mandate to discuss and build consensus on livestock issues and priorities, and advise COAG and through it the FAO Council and the FAO Conference on technical and policy programs and activities needed to optimize the contribution of livestock, including in poverty alleviation, food security and nutrition, sustainable livelihoods, and the realization of the 2030 Agenda. We've deleted the paragraph on the process on council, and we've deleted the suggestion on a process for finalizing the terms of reference and rules of procedures as no longer needed. We've then added, in accordance with Rule 7.3 of its rules of procedure, the committee adopted the terms of reference and rules of procedure of the subcommittee as contained in Appendix X to be added to this report. It stressed the importance of collaborating with multiple stakeholders, existing partnerships such as GAZL and specialized organizations, and invited them to report to the subcommittee at each of its sessions. Next paragraph. The committee further requested the committee to develop the subcommittee's draft program of work for further consideration by the committee. And the final paragraph, the committee recommended that the first session of the subcommittee on livestock be held, subject to the available extra budgetary funds, during the first quarter of 2022 and followed by the 28th session of COAG. This funding arrangement could be revisited in subsequent COAG sessions with a view to explore other funding options. So that is the draft as it is currently. Let's go back to the top. And I will open the floor for comments from members. I give the floor to Cameroon.
Madam Chair, that's great. Good job. But I have only one question. I thought we can really set a time for the presentation of which session of the council is invited to endorse this committee, and also which session of the conference. I think that may help us in our work to speed up. So that is why we still think that the 165th session of the council should discuss that, and the conference in 2021. So these are the two things that I wanted to add. I think it's is what 42nd or yes.
Okay, that is now so reflected. I will look for further comments from the floor. I'm not seeing any further comments. So I am going to say that this draft chair summary is ready to go to the drafting committee. I would like to thank members for their flexibility and their active engagement in this. I'd like to thank the Secretariat.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, there is an editorial. I raised my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now I see it. Yes, Cameroon, the floor is yours.
No, it's an editorial one, please. Probably, I'm not sure that the 165th session of the council is in 2021. So we have to be very careful there. So
in
when
December 2020.
Yeah, so that's an editorial. Thank you.
I'm thinking that maybe you were a lawyer. Either that or very experienced FAO member. Okay, thank you for that. I am not seeing any hands. Now I'm nervous, so I will scroll up and down in case I'm in the wrong spot. No, I see no further requests for the floor. So I will consider this item closed with many thanks to members and the Secretariat and Legal Counsel for their hard work and their patience. And I'm pleased to be able to send it off to drafting committee, and we will see it again when we come to adopt the report. All right, so we can turn now to I'm going to propose that we turn now to item 2.11, which is the next item on our agenda.
Because you had indicated you want to do a wrap up on food safety and urban food hygiene.
Oh,
I will do it later.
People are remembering what I said. Okay, I'm being reminded. Okay, we are not finished with our reports. Let's wrap up our various reports while we're flush with victory. So we got stopped in the middle of our consideration of the summary report on item 2.7, rationale for a new FAO food safety strategy. We got stopped midway through by a technical collapse. So let us go back to that. And I believe, yes, and at that point, and I've given over my paper to the Secretariat, but I think that where we had left it, there was one change from Sudan was the last point we heard. And it was, and And it was, I think in paragraph 3, consistent integration of food safety and nutrition, I think was being added in there by Sudan, if I'm not mistaken. But Mark, you may have that on the piece of paper with you. I don't have the speakers list if there is one on that. And I would just bring to your attention, in between times, Chile had proposed some. You're right, thank you. Okay, that's where, I knew there was a mention of nutrition somewhere. So that is Sudan's change, which was the last thing we heard. Okay, so I'm going to open the floor now. I have included another paragraph in there, but I think Chile is about to speak to it, so I will not introduce it. I will, oh, maybe not. So I'll just note that I've added a paragraph 3 bis here at the written request of Chile that reads, the committee encouraged FAO to consider including an approach on the new strategy that assist countries in the implementation of the current instruments that exist to strengthen national food control systems. So that is a new addition. And now I will give the floor to Germany. Now I will give the floor to Germany. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, I have a short amendment for paragraph 4, I think it is. So I'm sorry if I confuse now the order, how we look at it, but yes, thank you very much. Paragraph 4. So if at the end of the sentence we could put a comma and then writing following the One Health approach and taking into consideration the public health impact and global recession of the current COVID-19 pandemic on the resilience of food safety systems, full stop. Food safety systems, full stop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Germany. I'll give the floor to Switzerland, followed by New Zealand. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Germany just brought me into difficulties because we wanted to propose an additional element to paragraph 4, which now might be placed a bit differently. Well, our intention was to underline the importance of the World Health Assembly's Resolution 73.5. So at least the initial proposal for us, I would have been in line with the World Health Assembly's WHA in parentheses Resolution 73.5. Now we can reflect whether we put it directly after WHO or at another place. We're open to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. I wonder if the easiest thing to do is to start as you started with starting the paragraph with the committee underlined the as the first sentence of the paragraph, underline the importance of WHA Resolution 73.5 and requested FAO to collaborate. So if we move that sentence up as the opening of the paragraph. Does that reflect your intent, Switzerland?
Perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to New Zealand, followed by Canada. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a suggestion for a new paragraph, short paragraph to reflect the comments on the importance of the sustainable funding for the Science Advice Program and for the Codex Secretariat. I'm relaxed where it might go, maybe after 4 for starters, or after 5. The wording was, the committee recognised the importance of ongoing sustainable funding for the Food Safety Science Advice Program and the Codex Alimentarius Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, New Zealand. Give the floor to Canada, followed by Nigeria. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to report that New Zealand had the exact same idea as the one Canada was planning to bring forward. In addition to that, we would recommend taking out the mention of Codex in what is now paragraph 4. In the sense that as a normative body, perhaps it does not fit well to talk about a food safety strategy in this case. So now that there is a standalone paragraph that not only recognizes the important work of Codex, but also focuses on the importance of maintaining sustainable funding for the Food Safety Science Advice Program, Canada's interests would be well covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Canada. I give the floor to Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for a job well done, you and the whole group. I want to suggest a paragraph, and then we look through whether what I'm trying to reach out is reflected somewhere. And the paragraph is this. The committee recognizes that no single entity can solve the food safety challenges and encourage FAO and WHO to use partnerships to create multi-sector and multidisciplinary problem-solving collaboration. Multi-sector and multidisciplinary.
Okay, so
multi-sector and multidisciplinary problem-solving collaboration. FAO and WHO. Thank you, Chair.
thank you, Nigeria. Sorry. Oh. I think that could work as a standalone paragraph. And perhaps most appropriately coming after paragraph 4, which also talks about WHO and FAO.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I will give the floor to Sudan. Sudan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many colleagues recognized the importance of FAO's role and the other organizations' role in supporting member states to increase control on food safety. In the summary, we couldn't find any mention about this. Could you kindly add this reference to this important point? Thank you.
Do you have a specific text suggestion, Sudan?
No, I do not have a specific proposal. However, we could add such reference to paragraph 7. I do not have any specific proposal, unfortunately. It is very important, however, to add this reference somewhere in this text.
So there's the suggestion, Sudan, is to add it in the very first paragraph. The committee recognized the important role of FAO and the connection between food safety and food security. Does that address your comment? I will take silence as consent, but feel free to come back later with an additional comment.
No.
No?
Supporting member states, FAO and other relevant organizations need to increase collaboration to support member states in relation to food safety control and food security needs.
Okay.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you too.
Then I think it no longer goes in paragraph 1. And probably if we're talking about multiple, I think it go further down, probably paragraph 4 or 5 or somewhere around there. So we talk about WHO, WFO, perhaps after paragraph 5, or even as part of paragraph 5, as a second sentence in paragraph 5.
Yes, I agree with this.
So the committee underlined the important role of FAO and other relevant bodies in supporting member states. And if Sudan, can you repeat the final part of your sentence?
Support member state في تعزيز خدمات
in promoting control services and developing food safety systems.
System. Okay, thank you, Sudan. I give the floor to Brazil.
شكرا.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a comment on paragraph 3 B's, if I may. Yes, thank you very much. We do believe this proposal of assisting countries in the implementation is the way to go. I believe it is also related to what the delegate of Sudan was saying. We had only a small modification. We believe that the word encourage is already open enough. Maybe we could put a stronger language afterwards. It's leave, yeah, encourage is okay. And then instead of consider including, substitute for include. Encourage FAO to include an approach.
Okay, thank you, Brazil. And I think you're actually correct that it would be better to put Sudan's addition as a second sentence in this paragraph. If I can prevail on the long-suffering Secretariat to make that move. Or maybe not. I give the floor to Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil has solved the problem. I was going to say that the Sudanese suggestion should not be with the item 5. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further requests for the floor. So I think, oh, Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We're almost there. Just have a suggestion. On paragraph 7, proposed by New Zealand, if I remember correctly. So the idea here is to highlight the role of sustainable funding. We want to highlight the importance of this work based on science and its contribution to standard setting. So I don't really have any specific language here or wording, but we need to recognize the importance of the work, joint work of FAO and WHO. So higher up on the in the first line after importance. Okay, importance of the joint work of FAO and WHO in the framework of the scientific advice program, or perhaps there could be more appropriate wording you'd like to put in there, depending on the context, but perhaps we could say that, scientific advice program. Exactly. And then recognized or supported the need for sustainable funding. Just to not repeat the word recognized. And I think that this paragraph would be better off if it was higher up in the document. So there's the document on, there's a paragraph on collaboration between FAO and WHO. Perhaps we could bring this paragraph up in the text a bit so that it can be linked to paragraph 4. Perhaps we could put it before paragraph 4, in between 3 bis and 4. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, that has been done. We will tidy up the numbering, and there's a number of wording, etc., titles that we'll leave to the drafting committee to sort out all of that. I see no further requests for the floor. So let us consider this summary ready to go to the drafting committee. Thank you very much to colleagues for your hard work. Let's keep on. Let's finish up with session 2.8, agricultural transformation and the urban food agenda. The summary of that. We can get that up on the screen. Let's see if we can get through this fast. Okay, so here is the proposed summary for this item. Paragraph 1. The committee acknowledged that FAO's urban food agenda should increase the focus on small and medium-sized cities, given their role in catalyzing the functional territorial dynamics in promoting sustainable agricultural transformation while continuing to address challenges existing in larger cities. The committee supported the inclusion of the expanded urban food agenda in FAO's corporate initiatives such as Hand in Hand, the Green Cities Initiative, and in the lead-up process towards the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit. The committee requested FAO to further define the concept of small cities, consider context specificities, and to support governments in adopting the urban food agenda and to strengthen support to multi-stakeholder coordination between national and local urban authorities. The committee encouraged FAO to further increase interagency collaboration, including with the RBAs and other relevant UN bodies, and partnerships with various stakeholders in supporting the urban food agenda. So let's return to the top, showing as many paragraphs as we can. There we go. Okay, we've got the first three. I will open the floor for comments on the first three paragraphs. The floor is now open. I give the floor to Germany.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to suggest a second sentence in para 2. So after the one that we can see, the committee asked FAO to present the urban food agenda at the next meeting of program committee for further elaboration of the concept and the integration of the concept into FAO's strategic work. Thank you. Strategic work, full stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany. I'm seeing no further requests for the floor, so perhaps we can just scroll. Oh, I give the floor to Chile.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. So, in this edition proposed by Germany, we'd like to ask a question about the agenda for the next session of the Program Committee, because I think the agenda for the next meeting of the Program Committee is quite full already. So we'd like to ask whether there will actually be space or time for this to be considered during the next session of the Program Committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I will give the floor to Germany.
Okay, thank you very much. So maybe as a reaction directly to the speaker before us, we could also say to the upcoming session or to the upcoming meeting of Program Committee, not next, but upcoming. And if I may then continue at the end to further clarify, to be presented after work, to be presented at the FAO Council of December, no? Council December, for Council, or maybe we just leave it for Council, at the FAO Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I see no request for the floor, so if we can just scroll down so members can have a last look at paragraph 4, showing as many of the other paragraphs as we can in the screen. I give the floor to Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Chair. Switzerland would like to propose a precision regarding para 4, supplementing to with the RBAs and other relevant UN bodies, comma, in particular UNCDF, comma, and then continuing as it was before. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that suggestion. I see no requests for the floor. So I will also consider that we have completed our review of this draft summary, and it may also go to the drafting committee for their review. I would, at this point then, I do not believe we have a summary yet of the item 3.2, so let us proceed now to item 2.11, enabling smallholders and family farmers to access appropriate innovation, information, and advisory services for sustainable agri-food systems. So the introductory note by the Secretariat has been made available on the COAG webpage, and so I will now open the floor directly for discussion on item 2.11. The floor is open for members' comments on this item. I'm not seeing requests for the floor. I find it hard to believe there's no interest in this topic. Ah, there we go. I give the floor now to Burkina Faso. Please go ahead.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. C'est ma première fois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the first time that I'm taking the floor. And therefore, I would like to start by congratulating you on your leadership and excellent conduction of this session of COAG. The Africa Regional Group, through Burkina Faso and South Sudan, would like to thank the Secretariat for the production of this document, COAG 2020/15, on enabling the access of smallholders and family farmers to innovation, information systems, and consulting services they have need for sustainable agri-food systems. In November 2018, FAO organized an international symposium on innovation of agricultural services to family farmers. It emerged that there was a need to promote integrated policies and increase investments in order to create an enabling environment for innovation. Considered as one of the main driving forces behind agricultural and rural transformations, strengthening appropriate innovation is on the list of the 20 major actions defined by FAO as the conditions to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals on the 2030 horizon. Madam Chair, the Africa Regional Group appreciates the spirit of research that underpins FAO's strategy for innovation. And the proposal, which I will quote, of synthesizing lessons learned from the use of technological and agricultural innovations that help smallholders and family farmers improve food safety and poverty reduction. And that was the end of the quote. However, the directions that have already been taken to strengthen innovation systems by reducing risks and facilitating the dissemination of good practices and smallholder scale technologies seem to be confined to an essentially formal and institutional approach, which persists in relegating small operators and family farmers to the status of beneficiaries. Madam Chair, the title of this paper uses the words facilitating the access of smallholders and family farmers to innovation, information systems, and consulting services, those that they need. We think that this really, we should integrate in this the idea of participation. And therefore, the title could read, facilitating access and participation of those actors, seeking better innovation systems and so on. The Africa Regional Group would like to stress that appropriate innovation has been and continues to be part of the resilience building process of local farmers and herders in the rural world for decades, thanks to their mastery, their transmission of know-how through endogenous research dynamics and dissemination of these practices through social interactions. Populations have been able to survive environmental pressures and many crises and feed themselves over the decades. We therefore want to propose the idea, as we discussed yesterday under 2.6, that all innovation strategies through research and development, support and advice, promotion and transfer of new technologies and technology transfer favor the contributions of family farmers and smallholders, of course without excluding the contribution of women and youth. Madam Chairperson, with these comments, the Africa Regional Group approves document COAG/20/15 and the conclusions presented in the report, taking into account our proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Germany, followed by Sudan. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. We welcome the background document prepared by FAO for the Committee on Agriculture, COAG, on this topic, and highlight that innovation and information systems as well as advisory services should follow the food systems approach. Their aim should be not only to increase sustainable production, but also to support processing, distribution, preparation, consumption and disposal of food, taking into account socioeconomic and environmental impacts of these activities. We acknowledge that the UN Decade on Family Farming provides an excellent framework for promoting context-specific interventions focused on smallholders and family farmers, building on locally available resources and capacities. It is important to strengthen coordination and collaboration among existing advisory service providers in order to create synergies and avoid overlaps. We underline the importance of enabling smallholders and family farmers, especially in remote areas, to develop new skills and knowledge necessary for their work and help them to use new technologies and innovation, including digital tools. Success in developing fully functional extension and advisory services also depends on the establishment of open communication and feedback from service users. Co-learning mechanisms to become more innovative and building on lessons learned is also very important. We agree that there is a need to align the extension, research and advisory services with different approaches for sustainable agriculture in order to accelerate the transformation of agriculture and food systems in line with the 2030 agenda goals. Services provided by cooperatives, NGOs, and farmers' organizations should complement the existing extension networks provided by the public and the private sector. The EU and its member states will continue to support the creation of various mechanisms, policies, innovative instruments, reform processes, and infrastructure to facilitate access for smallholders and family farmers, especially for women and youth, to appropriate innovation and information, including extension, research and advisory services, while making efforts to reach the most vulnerable. We would appreciate to see more national financial support to the public extension services. In conclusion, we fully agree with the priority areas defined by FAO and look forward to continuing our close cooperation with FAO and other key partners. We encourage all relevant stakeholders to ensure inclusive access for smallholders and family farmers to innovation, information, and advisory services, taking into consideration emerging issues and new developments combined with a greater understanding of farmers' needs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Germany. Sudan, followed by Mexico. Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank you, Madam Chair, on behalf of my country, and thank the Secretariat for this document on providing access to appropriate innovation, information, and advisory services to smallholders and family farmers to achieve sustainable agri-food systems. My country is working to strengthen producer organizations so that they may take advantage of the support and advice provided by FAO in this area. And we insist on the need to develop the professional capacities, the extension agricultural services that are really targeting smallholder farmers to help them increase their productivity. My country is striving to improve infrastructure too, so that we can offer better services to smallholder farmers. Madam Chairperson, enabling smallholders access in rural areas to these services can help reduce food insecurity and hunger, but it does require specific progress that take into account their needs and can help develop innovation jointly so that agriculture can really move from a traditional role to a more modern role for our countries. We need to work to establish institutional mechanisms to support this process, as well as cooperatives, smallholder organizations. This is of crucial importance to improve the organizational and professional capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudan. Mexico, followed by China. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mexico agrees in general with the contents of this document, which highlights the importance of innovation and information and advisory services to transform the production systems of family and smallholder farmers, as well as pointing out the weaknesses and opportunities that they present to overcome the challenges that are faced in this area. There's a need for policies, innovative instruments, reforms of processes and infrastructure. There's a need to identify clearly the roles and responsibilities of the institutions and the different actors that participate in the system, and establish also a system of incentives and processes that facilitate joint work and interaction. In this framework, governments must play a central role in ensuring equality and inclusivity, in ensuring that the systems, the innovation systems and the services are available and accessible to the smallholder farmers and family farmers, in particular those living in the more remote areas, as well as vulnerable groups and women. In the light of the above, our comments are that we need to also look very carefully at the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact that it's having on most economies in the world, and the consequences that this will have for governments' capacity, in particular in Latin America and the Caribbean, to make the necessary investments that are required for the improvement of these systems of agricultural innovation and extension and advisory services. And in fact, as a result of the economic impact, many governments will tend to give priority in their budgets to resources aiming at healthcare, social well-being, reducing all other chapters. And this may very well mean that there will not be sufficient resources to deal with the changes that are needed for innovation in agricultural systems. And it may delay reforms and the institutional changes that are necessary to be able to equip smallholder and family farmers with the means they need to access the innovations and the information and advisory systems. These elements must be taken into account in our discussions to take into account the needs of all countries and leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mexico. China, followed by Philippines. China, you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. First of all, I'd like to speak in English on behalf of the 77 plus China. Then I'll move into Chinese and make a national statement. So now into English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. China has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of 77 and China. The group of 77 and China appreciate the work of FAO to provide preliminary assessment on how to enable smallholders and family farmers to access appropriate innovation, information, and advisory services for sustainable agriculture and food system. We underline the importance of the critical role of smallholders and family farmers in attaining sustainable food systems globally. Furthermore, smallholders and family farmers are key in achieving the Agenda 2030, particularly SDGs 1 and SDG 2, and in the implementation of UN Decade of Family Farming. Therefore, we urged all stakeholders to take actions in tackling the challenges such as lack of access to appropriate agricultural innovation, information, and advisory services faced by 570 million smallholders family farmers who suffer from food insecurity and are vulnerable to sustain their livelihood as global challenges arises. Our support towards them is essential for sustainable food system transformation. At this juncture, it is utmost important to provide comprehensive support and access to smallholders and family farmers, including to reform their information, innovation, and extensions and advisory services systems. In this regard, we urge FAO to firstly facilitate linkages between farmers and other stakeholders, including agribusinesses, microcredit organizations, education, and research institutes. Secondly, facilitate innovation process, as well as support with timely and accurate information on markets price, climate, weather, and prices that are closely related to food system and agriculture. Thirdly, develop capacities of smallholders and family farmers to access and use the new technologies innovation, including the digital tools. Fourthly, enhance smallholders and family farmers' participation in the co-creation of innovative practice and information systems. And last but not least, provide platform and neutral space to document, discuss, and promote good practices and innovations for sustainable food systems transformation. Thank you. That's for the common statement. 好，下面呢？
Now I'm going to take the floor on behalf of China. First of all, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat for providing us with the document. We believe that a timely and effective access to and utilization of innovation, information, and advisory services will allow smallholders and family farmers to benefit from informatization and digitalization of agriculture. We noted that due to the lack of necessary conditions, some smallholders cannot have access to services, and this will result in an imbalance between information provision and its utilization, and will also lead to the creation of a new information gap. Therefore, China commends the actions taken by the FAO to take up the challenges in scaling up advisory services. We encourage FAO to cooperate with its members and also to support them in adopting effective measures in line with their national realities in order to facilitate smallholders and family farmers' access to appropriate innovation, information, and advisory services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, China. Philippines followed by Switzerland. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Philippines associates itself with a statement just delivered by China on behalf of the G77 and China, and appreciate the Secretariat's insightful paper on this agenda item. We would like to highlight the vital role of smallholders and family farmers in accelerating achievement of the Agenda 2030 SDGs, particularly ending hunger and eradicating poverty, and in the implementation of the UN Decade of Family Farming. We wish to stress the need for comprehensive support in harnessing their full potential, including in extension and advisory services. In particular, smallholders and family farmers require support in investments and capacity building, in improving access to relevant information, innovation and technologies, and in appropriate involvement in the co-creation of knowledge leading to information that recognizes farmer know-how that is affordable, understandable, and actionable. A more active multi-actor and multi-level system of collaboration, including among the public and private sectors, non-governmental organizations, and producer organizations, would facilitate further strengthening of efforts to fill the gap between information generation service providers and use by smallholders and family farmers, especially in this pandemic situation. We encourage FAO to assist members bridge the gap and make information and advisory services inclusive, relevant, and accessible to smallholders and family farmers, recognizing in particular the roles of women and youth as farmers and stakeholders in the food system value chain. We support the areas of priority identified in paragraph 20 of the reference document towards enhancing extension and advisory services. Finally, strengthening FAO's capacity at headquarters and decentralized offices is critical in helping realize the full potentials of smallholders and family farmers. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you, Philippines. I give the floor to Switzerland, followed by Canada. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We welcome document COAG 2020-15, which in our view is very comprehensive. It appropriately analyzes the current weaknesses in agricultural innovation systems and related systems, and also highlights strategic orientation for improvement. The document emphasizes the need for continued investment in extension advisory services systems as bridging institutions between research and farmers, and for reforms of agricultural innovation systems to ensure that the farmer is not merely a knowledge depository, but needs to be included in the formulation and identification of needs. We fully agree on the importance of this. The document, however, neglects to mention the role of the research systems, especially the CGIAR. In addition, we have noted two other missing aspects in the document, which are on the one hand the impact of COVID-19 and on the other hand youth as agents of change and potential game changers. In fact, during the pandemic, extensions and advisory services globally have been able to quickly adapt to the situation through digitalization, which is in our view worth mentioning. We believe that a youth-centric approach to more digitalized EAS systems, taking into consideration the lessons learned from the COVID crisis, is the best way forward. In paragraph 6, some of the actions suggested go far beyond the mandate and competencies of EAS. For example, in letter E, in our view, it is not EAS tasks to translate big data. In order to remain efficient, the EAS should focus on the core business and not take additional tasks. Moving on to section 5, that describes FAO's role in improving access to innovation, information and advisory service. We note that most of the listed tasks should not be the responsibility of FAO. In fact, the tasks listed in para 5 Roman letters 1, 2, 5, and 6 should be the responsibility of the national governments and local institutions. The role of FAO in these tasks is to provide strategic guidance and knowledge support to the local public, private, and civil organizations responsible for implementing these tasks. We invite FAO to focus on its comparative advantages, which is knowledge generation, foresight, and advice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Switzerland. Canada, followed by Thailand. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canada appreciates this initiative to encourage knowledge transfer to all farmers. We would point to the recently released FAO State of Agricultural Commodity Market Report for 2020, which highlights the importance of trade to diffusing innovation and knowledge. Innovation is fostered when market access is predictable, as farmers and firms around the world are able to invest in themselves and attract outside investment. Participation in global value chains is often a key driver of innovation. It leads to technology and knowledge spillover, thereby increasing productivity, employment opportunities, and incomes. Innovation often depends on global supply chains, which in turn depend on predictability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thailand, followed by the Dominican Republic. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thailand aligns itself with the statement of G77 and China delivered by China in appreciating the efforts of FAO in enabling smallholders and family farmers to access appropriate innovations, information, and advisory services for sustainable agri-food systems. We analyze the key role of smallholders and family farmers in transforming agriculture and food systems to achieve this SDG. Thailand aligns the principle of sufficiency economics philosophy, or SEP, when introducing innovation, information, and advisory services in agricultural development strategies. According to this principle, people must be placed at the center of the development processes. Farmers' capacity and needs, as well as the heterogeneous social and geographical context, must be understood. The development process should start from inside by strengthening farmers' capacity, self-sufficiency, and self-determination in order to stimulate their willingness to change. The principle of sufficiency economy philosophy highlights the sustainable use of information and innovation and their prudent introduction based on their appropriateness, affordability, and simplicity. Extension and advisory services play an important role in providing the facilitating access to scientific and evidence-based information, knowledge, and technology, and to support farmers, producers, and decision makers to better plan food and agricultural production, trade, and e-commerce while promoting the sustainable use of soil and water and conserving the biodiversity. Recently, Thailand has invested and established the Young Smart Farmer Program, Volunteer Soil Doctor Program, and Agri-Tech and Innovation Centers to enhance farming capacity and to link farmers and producers with academia and research institutions. The one-stop service application by using big data was also set up to tie the gap between farmers and markets. Moreover, precision agriculture and smart farming for smallholders and medium-scale producers have been introduced to our farmers. We support the work of FAO on issues related to innovation in information advisory services in providing timely, accurate, and evidence-based information to facilitate transformation towards sustainable food systems. Thailand will continue to work hand in hand with FAO and members countries in co-creation of innovative practices, information and knowledge sharing to the benefit of smallholder and family farmers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Dominican Republic, followed by Indonesia. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. The Dominican Republic aligns itself with the statement made by China on behalf of the G77 and China. We recognize the importance of sustainable and inclusive digitalization of agriculture for smallholders and family farmers. We're pleased to see that the Decade of Action on Family Farming is central in this subject, given that family farmers produce 80% of all the food that we eat, and they require a significant transformation of food systems in order to contribute actively to the SDGs. We highlight the importance of strengthening extension and advisory services and also expanding access to innovation and information, bridging the digital gap and taking into account the special needs arising from the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Indonesia, followed by Peru. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Indonesia fully aligned itself with the joint statement of G77 and China delivered by China. We welcome the introduction of this agenda item and would like to thank the Secretariat for the document provided on this matter. We fully agree the critical role of the smallholders and family farmers as a key driver in transforming agriculture and food systems in achieving the SDGs. In this regard, Indonesia supports the reformation of information, innovation, and extension and advisory service system. This is in line with the current strategic program of the Government of Indonesia through Ministry of Agriculture to strengthen the role of Agriculture Extension Office in sub-district level through institutional transformation, to which we call as Strategic Command for Agriculture Development, or Kostratani. Through Kostratani, the extension offices are strengthened with IT equipment and technical training to support them in assisting farmers in the field. Moreover, the government of Indonesia is also trying to bring technology, innovation, and information closer to smallholder farmers through the development of an agro-technopark and demonstration farm. These efforts are aimed to accelerate agricultural and rural transformation toward more diversification, commercialization, and focus on the issue of sustainability and efficiency. In terms of digitalization, we also developed CyberX and Simlutan, or the Agriculture Extension Management Information System, which consists of all necessary data related to extension services. The systems facilitate the exchange of information and knowledge on the best practices of farming from various areas, while the success stories could promptly be disseminated and be replicated by other farmers in order to improve farming productivity that will lead to improvement of farmers' life. Further, as a concrete action of Indonesia's commitment to the 2019 to 2028 UN Decade of Family Farming, Indonesia has launched the National Action Plan of Family Farming 2020-2024 as a framework used by stakeholders to strengthen smallholder and family farmers with the objective to increase the availability, accessibility, and utilization of food, as well as farmer family income. We set the target to reduce food insecurity areas from 18% in 2018 to 10% in 2024, and reduce poverty from 9.82% in 2018 to 6.5% in 2024. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Indonesia, Peru, then Egypt. Peru, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Peru aligns itself with the statement made by the G77 in China. The agriculture sector needs to develop more tools and better tools and mechanisms that promote innovation. In Peru, only 24% of smallholders have introduced any type of innovation. 80% of agricultural land is worked without a risk management system. Only 13% uses electricity or mechanization. Less than 13% of farmland uses certified seeds. And only 10.2% of farmers have received technical assistance, business advice, or training from the public or private sectors. The current COVID-19 context is posing challenges for the development and increased use of information technology to maintain interaction with farmers on various issues. However, these actions have been hindered by lack of access to internet and telecommunications, which need to be improved in rural areas in our country. Peru is promoting tools and strategies to promote agricultural innovation with agendas which cover the development and consolidation of research, development and innovation in a coordinated way with public and private actors from the agriculture sector, as well as training and technology transfer for farmers, first and foremost, family farmers. We call on COAG members to undertake actions which give smallholders and family farmers the means to access innovation, information systems, and advisory services in order to increase the participation of farmers in the use of extension and advisory services for the joint creation of innovative practices, information, and knowledge, which can all help in the decision-making process. With this in mind, we call on FAO to enhance its support to member nations to continue to promote the creation of new partnerships through South-South and triangular cooperation in order to share knowledge, extension services, innovation and technology to address issues related to food insecurity, poverty and sustainable agriculture. All actors in the agriculture sector, first and foremost family farmers, need to participate on an equal playing field if we really want to see sustainable agricultural development. Thank you.
Thank you. Egypt followed by Kenya. I give the floor to Egypt.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We fully agree with the statement of the Group of 77 and China, and we focus on the need to provide integrated services to all smallholders and family farmers. This will lead us to achieve sustainable agriculture. This is our common goal, and we have embarked on its implementation by promoting agricultural research and extension. We also worked with FAO in a very successful project to put in place two models, Ratcon and Vercon. Ratcon and Vercon are the two projects or models which ensured the ability to link the farmers in their fields with the extension centers, providing the farmers with quick solutions to all problems. This has been further developed, and through digitalization, we managed to apply what we call a smart card for the smallholder. The smart card enables the farmer to obtain inputs, seeds, fertilizers, and any needs within their governorate. And according to the piece of land they work in. This enables us to improve the farmers' capabilities and potentials, and this is reflected on their livelihoods. In addition to the digital tools, we need to make the farmers learn from one another. They should obtain all good results regarding the quantity of water, the quality of seeds, and all techniques that may help the farmers improve their production. So farmer to farmer is an important path. In addition to that, the farmer schools to be established, providing all information and innovation capable of disseminating the good practices and capable of transferring knowledge. We should point out the role of investment in that regard. We focus on the work from farm to market. To go from farm to market, we have to ensure the different levels, and we should give adequate attention to every level, providing the extension services required to each level until the product is available in the hand of the consumers. In the same vein, we help the smallholders, the small farmers in their work to produce more, to enjoy better fertile soil. This improves the conditions of the farmer and their families. We thank FAO for the many studies in that regard, and we hope to see this continue in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Egypt. I give the floor to Kenya. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair.
and good afternoon. Kenya aligns with the statement which was presented by Burkina Faso on behalf of the Africa Regional Group. Chair, we know that vulnerable groups and smallholders are many times not able to access appropriate technologies and innovations because of different challenges. We therefore call upon FAO and other stakeholders, including host governments, to address these challenges. Chair, we also encourage considering indigenous knowledge and local innovations to improve on the uptake of the technologies. Thirdly, we would encourage sharing of information farmer to farmer, which Egypt has just talked about, because many times uptake of innovations is faster when it is farmer to farmer, through, of course, the extension and research. Now, on digitalization, Kenya has taken up the issue of digitalization, and as we talk, there is a lot of e-farming now and sharing of information through the mobile phones and the internet. And for example, the farmers receive, those who qualify for inputs, they receive e-vouchers and they can go and pick the inputs. Of course, our extension services also is, the network is up to the local level. So we wanted to highlight those few points in addition to what Burkina Faso had said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. I've arrived at the end of my list of members wishing to speak. I have one observer. I will give the floor to our observer with the request to be as concise as possible. So I give the floor to Maela, M-A-E-L-A. Please go ahead.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Chair. I am Maria Noel Salgado. I am an organic farmer from Paraguay. We work in organic agriculture in Latin America and the Caribbean. We cooperate with international organizations and also indigenous peoples, local communities, and we work on food sovereignty. We would like to make a statement on this item. We would like to say that we need a systemic approach for innovation that includes all sectors: inputs, production, commercialization, the exchange of knowledge and sharing of knowledge. We need to make sure that we have strategies that use processes of inter-exchanging technology for the benefit of smallholders. One key goal here is the access to technology and information. We need to make sure we leave no one behind. All actors, especially at the lower levels of the chain, need to be involved if we want to achieve our goals. Guaranteeing access to information means we need to make sure we don't concentrate means of communication. We need to expand means of communication. We have issues related to new techniques. We have growth promoters. We have robotics. We have technology used in agriculture. We have the use of data.
Sorry?
I wonder if I can ask you to come to your conclusion soon.
Yes, thank you. Guaranteeing access doesn't necessarily mean improving resources for the digitalization of agriculture and forestry, etc. We need to increase the knowledge and technology that ensures the production of food by indigenous peoples. This is key. And we need to have an inclusive process to include Indigenous peoples and smallholders. FAO has a strategy in place that's been in place since 2014, that's been working with the smallholder farmers. We need to have...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this committee is very short of time. Can I ask that you send the remaining of your points to the Secretariat, and we'll be happy to make it available to members. So
Si me permite, me queda solamente.
I would just like a few seconds, and then I can send my comments to the Secretariat.
Please finish up. Thank you. Go ahead.
We were saying that it's key in this context to strengthen the tools, the knowledge tools that can assist our producers, our smallholder producers, and it's very important to use agroecological approaches. Agroecology has been shown to be of great benefit. This increases participation, and it also ensures that it facilitates access to inputs for smallholders and family farmers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, and please send any additional comments into the Secretariat. I've got another request for the floor from Senegal. Senegal, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Very briefly, given the lack of time, Senegal aligns itself with the statement made by Burkina Faso on behalf of the Africa Regional Group, and we welcome FAO's work in collaboration with the RBAs on the family farming policy. COVID-19 and climate change have highlighted the very important role of family farming and the value chains contributed to by smallholder farmers. The preservation of biodiversity is very important for many developing countries. Senegal believes that local food systems, indigenous food systems, are very important, and it contributes to achieving SDGs in SIDS and, more broadly speaking, in all developing countries. It's very important to make the most of ancestral knowledge. It would be good if the platform would allow family farmers, especially in African countries, to benefit from innovations in agriculture, the most recent innovations. The platform for food systems, indigenous and local food systems, must also be drawn up in a way in which it is aligned with other FAO initiatives, including the initiative on the digitalization of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. I see no further requests for the floor, so I will turn it over to the Secretariat for response to members' comments. I give the floor now to Selva Ramasamy of FAO's Office of Innovation. Selva, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the members and delegates for recognizing the importance of enabling access to innovation, information, and advisory services for smallholders and family farmers in order to unleash the full potential of innovation for achieving SDGs and also in the context of the UN Decade of Family Farming. And also, we are thankful for acknowledging the important work of FAO, especially in strengthening agricultural extension and advisory services. We are grateful to the committee for recognizing a critical role of the extension and advisory services in providing support and addressing several challenges faced by smallholders, family farmers, women, and youth. Guidance, the renewed directions and recommendations made during this discussion are very well noted, and this will add great value to our work, in particular, strengthening the pluralistic extension and advisory services in line with emerging trends and new developments, including digitalization, multidisciplinary and participatory approaches with food system perspective for co-creation of knowledge to address the challenges. Second, and this will be very useful for us in developing normative tools and guidelines for assessment of advisory services and measuring their performance and outcomes for evidence-based policy support and investment decisions. Third, this will help us in developing comprehensive programs taking into consideration of all the recommendations and suggestions and renewed directions that evolved through this discussion to improve access to appropriate innovation, information, and advisory services. I thank Madam Chair and also the delegates for this very, very concrete directions in relation to enabling access to innovation, information, and advisory services.
Thank you for that. I see no further requests for the floor. Before moving on to our next item on the agenda, which is item 2.4, progress report action plan on AMR. I wanted to give an update on the drafting committee. It looks like we may have a chair, which means we should be able to move forward with the planned meeting of the drafting committee this evening. I'm going to plan to have this meeting go until 6 o'clock, and then the drafting committee can meet at 6, from 6 to 7. And so I'd like to get started on, I would like to get started and finished on the AMR discussion and see how far we can go getting through our agenda for the rest of today. So with thanks to all of your contributions on agenda item 2.4, on 2.11, let's move to agenda item 2.4. Progress report on the implementation of FAO action plan on AMR 2016-2020 and the proposal for a new FAO action plan on AMR 2021-2025. The relevant document is COAG 2020/8. The introductory note by the Secretariat was already made available on the COAG webpage. And so I will be opening the floor directly for discussion. This was another of the items that was highlighted as of concern because of the lateness of the document, and particularly the document in translation. I am going to open the floor now to members for their views. Brazil, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Brazil is strongly committed to fight against the threat that antimicrobial resistance poses to public health and sustainable food production. In November 2017, the Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Supplies has launched AgroPrevine, our national program for the prevention and control of AMR in agriculture and stock breeding. Our national action plan for the prevention and control of AMR in the field of agriculture was launched in 2018 as part of Brazilian One Health Action Plan, which was submitted to the World Health Organization by our Ministry of Health in the same year. Brazil is actively engaged in all multilateral discussions on AMR taking place in FAO, WHO, OIE, and other relevant organizations, being also a member of the Alliance of Champions Against Antimicrobial Resistance, together with other countries taking part in this COAG meeting. We take note of the progress report on the implementation of FAO action plan on AMR 2016-2020. We welcome FAO AMR surveillance being extended to fisheries and aquaculture, and would like to ask for more information on this extension to environment, as scientific evidence on this area was until very recently still not conclusive. Regarding the proposal for a new FAO action plan, we consider there is a lot of room for improvement in the technical quality of the document. It is worrisome to read that a plan of action for such a serious issue for food security and human health was developed with incomplete evidence, I'm quoting, and encouraged by positive funding assumptions. Brazil underlines the need for a robust evidence and science-based approach to tackle the issue in the One Health framework. Moreover, we recall that at the 141st Council request to develop a new plan of action on AMR, not a strategy. I stress, a new plan of action on AMR, not a strategy. We understand that some aspects of the document, such as the call for mainstream on AMR into all FAO programs to reach the SDGs, is not well placed in the proposed plan of action. Brazil believes that further consultations with members would help build in a more consistent, balanced, comprehensive, and inclusive plan based on the real needs of the entire FAO membership. On the funding proposal, we would like to recall last year's conference resolution 6/2019 on AMR, which stressed the need for extra budgetary resources for the support of FAO works on antimicrobial resistance. While recognizing the threat posed by the increase of antimicrobial resistance for human health, we would like to stress that the food production sector is already challenged by the more vital, present, and urgent sustainable development goal to end hunger by 2030, a goal that unfortunately we are far from reaching. FAO should actually accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. I give the floor to Germany, followed by Mali. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I am honored to speak on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states. Antimicrobial resistance is without any doubt one of the greatest challenges to global sustainable development and the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda. To combat AMR, collective efforts are needed. We commend FAO for its leadership in the fight against AMR and encourage FAO to further strengthen its support to governments and stakeholders in this fight. In this perspective, the recent establishment of the Antimicrobial Resistance Multi-Partner Trust Fund is a major asset. We call FAO to pursue these efforts in the context of the WHO, OIE, FAO tripartite, and in coordination with the Global Leaders Group on Antimicrobial Resistance and other global initiatives on AMR, in line with the One Health concept. We welcome the progress report on the implementation of the FAO Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2016-2020 that demonstrates numerous achievements, and we invite the FAO to make this important work more visible, both externally and internally. The enhancement of data collection on antimicrobial use and on AMR in the food and agriculture sector has been a critical step forward, notably with the extension of AMR surveillance to fisheries and environment. For achieving its goal and vision, concrete measures of progress is key. And in this regard, we welcome the results framework developed for assessing the activities in the new action plan and highlighting challenges in the implementation. Looking ahead, the EU and its member states welcome the proposed FAO action plan on AMR for 2021 through 2025. We welcome the emphasis in the FAO's forthcoming action plan placed on the importance of promoting responsible use of antimicrobials, including the phasing out of their use for growth promotion, in line with FAO's overall vision and goal of reducing and slowing the emergence of AMR while preserving the ability to treat infections. We also recognize the importance of developing monitoring systems for the use of antimicrobials and AMR globally, and welcome FAO's drive to further support the development of such systems, including by supporting countries to provide input to the OIE database. To conclude, we support the adoption of the proposed FAO action plan on AMR for 2021-2025 that would strengthen multi-sectoral cooperation and follow a One Health approach, and we emphasize the need for sufficient resources for its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to Mali, followed by Australia. Mali, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. AMR is a global problem. The question is raised with even greater concern when it comes to livestock, where antimicrobials are used excessively. The maximum residue limits of these medications are very often exceeded in animal source foods, which exposes consumers to these substances, which is why Mali requests greater resources be provided for veterinary services, as these are an important link in implementing strategies against AMR. In addition, we request that the FAO fully support the work of Codex Alimentarius to develop further standards about antimicrobials. And based on these comments, Mali approves the FAO action plan on AMR for 2021 through 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mali, for that concrete and brief intervention. I give the floor to Australia, followed by Madagascar. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of AMR is of high importance to Australia, and we are supportive of the FAO's work on this issue. Australia has been actively involved in AMR initiatives and standards through the tripartite annual AMR survey, the Codex Alimentarius, and the OIE, including the OIE's annual survey on antimicrobial usage. Australia also co-sponsored the WHA AMR resolution, WHA 72.5, that requested the WHO Director General to accelerate action on the Global Action Plan on AMR. Of note, the resolution invited partners and stakeholders to coordinate efforts in order to avoid duplication and gaps and leverage resources more effectively. Australia notes the progress report on the implementation of the FAO Action Plan on AMR 2016 to 2020 and offers the following 3 comments. Firstly, Australia agrees that it is important that the FAO determines the effectiveness of awareness activities and suggests expanded distribution of AMR and AMU resources to all members and regional officers. We also request FAO review its distribution lists used for the development of technical guidance and other documents to ensure appropriate coverage and input from members. Secondly, Australia encourages the FAO to place a stronger emphasis on the development of an AMR surveillance platform to support tripartite efforts, including the tripartite integrated surveillance system on AMR-AMU. Additionally, Australia suggests that further guidance on AMR surveillance and antimicrobial use monitoring for aquatic animals needs to be developed, consulted, and published. And thirdly, noting the ad hoc intergovernmental task force on AMR is revising and developing AMR documents that include plant health aspects, Australia considers it essential that the FAO further considers AMR guidance for plant health. Moving now to the FAO Action Plan on AMR 2021 to 2025. In general, we can support this document. However, we offer the following 4 comments. Firstly, Australia welcomes Output 2.3, which we consider will be pivotal towards greater technical capacity of members for AMR surveillance and AMU monitoring. Secondly, we consider that outcomes 1, 2, 3, and 4 do not adequately analyse the effectiveness of the initiatives. Australia suggests an additional output and indicator in each of these outcomes that focuses on target audiences. Specifically, are messages reaching the target audience and do they understand them? An analysis such as this will support overall impact and aid in the identification of gaps and barriers. Thirdly, Australia notes the importance of adequate resourcing to support the undertaking of work on appropriate AMU monitoring guidance as a part of the One Health approach and proposed activities on promoting responsible AMU. And finally, Chair, we highlight the tripartite commitment to addressing AMR at the global level, and we emphasise the importance of the action plans of each of these organisations being coordinated and complementary. In this regard, we would appreciate clarification on what consultations have been held with the OIE and the WHO in drafting the proposed action plan. And regarding AMU, we suggest it would be useful to indicate what steps have been taken to link FAO's data collection efforts with those of other organisations, in particular with the OIE database, which already exists for the animal sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Madagascar, followed by Chile. Madagascar, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madagascar is speaking on behalf of the Africa Regional Group on item 2.4, the progress report on the implementation of the FAO Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance, as well as the proposal for a new action plan for 2021-2025. AMR is considered one of the major challenges facing humanity. The interpreters apologize, we're really struggling with the sound. AMR is also linked to economic loss due to falls in productivity. The Africa Regional Group welcomes the positive work of the FAO on AMR, thanks to the work carried out by the interdepartmental working group created in 2015. In terms of responding to AMR and its challenges, FAO has made considerable planetary level efforts which have brought the risks of AMR to a larger audience. The tripartite alliance plays an important role in coordinating efforts against AMR at a global level. The Africa Regional Group therefore encourages the FAO to expand its partnerships with other institutions and public and private organizations. The One Health approach calls for coherent, global and concerted approaches that bring in the different actors involved in the area of animal, plant, and human health. Regarding strengthening governance against AMR and AMR in agriculture and food, the work done by the FAO to help member states to develop and carry out national action plans. In 2019, many countries were able to develop sectoral plans thanks to this help. So we encourage the FAO to continue addressing the many challenges in this area. We congratulate the FAO on its work and we encourage it to implement its action plan for 2021-2025. It's important to build on what we've achieved and learn from past lessons. We also recall the need for the FAO to continue supporting countries which have not yet developed national AMR plans. Thus, we suggest that new action plans take the global COVID-19 crisis into account and that we prepare for future pandemics. Thus, the Africa Regional Group notes the progress report on the implementation of the FAO action plan and approves the action plan for 2021-2025. And we also encourage the FAO to do more to mobilize resources to ensure the plan's implementation.
If the intervention is complete, thank you for that. And I will turn the floor to Chile, followed by the Dominican Republic. Chile, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to deliver our statement in English. We acknowledge and congratulate FAO for all the work done under the Antimicrobial Resistance Action Plan 2017-2020, and we welcome the new action plan for 2021-2025. For Chile, antimicrobial resistance is a major public health concern, but also, being Chile a food-producing country, the plant and animal health and food production environment is something where antimicrobial resistance also takes importance, and maintaining the stewardship of the antimicrobials used in human health and animal and plant production is very important. Therefore, Chile has a national action plan against antimicrobial resistance since 2017, where all these areas are covered. The current proposal for the new plan has set up 5 objectives that we think are aligned with the current necessity and gaps to be covered in order to move forward in the national action plans against antimicrobial resistance and within the expertise of FAO. But in this area, we ask for further clarification of the role of FAO in the environment as is cited in the text, because we consider that in order to maximize the effort and resources, this should be limited to the actions taken in the food production environment or the shared environment between crops, animal production, and humans. So we propose to use this terminology that narrows the site where actions should be taken, especially when one of the objectives is to supporting countries and strengthen surveillance, where the incorrect interpretation of this term could lead to a misuse of resources. Even when we recognize the emerging threat and the need to act against antimicrobial resistance, Chile believes that if this new plan is not supported by extra budgetary funds, could lead to a decrease of resources or focus in other areas related to FAO goal, like zero hunger, where food security and malnutrition are key aspects and action still need to be taken. Even more, we would like to see further work and discussion among members on the activities containing in this new plan, where we strongly underline that science and risk-based guidelines and recommendations should be elaborated and disseminated among countries. Chile welcomes and appreciates the outputs indicator and hope to see further development of indicators for expected outcomes and impact that allow members to monitor the FAO's implementation of activities and assess the total impact at the end of the period. We have also one specific comment that we would like to share with all of you. Under the objective number 4 that says promoting responsible use of antimicrobial, our concern is that all countries, especially developing ones, don't have the same access to risk-based policies development and they recognize and follow what international organization guidelines, such the FAO, recommend. Antimicrobials is a wide family of compounds where not all of them pose the same risk to the development of antimicrobial resistance when are used as growth promoters. In principle, Chile recognizes this is a non-therapeutic practice that will need to be phased out eventually. But first, international organizations need to work and understand food production realities and what is considered as an antimicrobial in each country regulation as a part of a stepwise and risk-based approach to phase out the use of growth promoters in order to not affect the food security and increase the world hunger due to an incrementation of the animal protein production cost. We kindly ask the committee conclusions reflect our concerns in this new plan and the need for further discussion in some proposed activities and the impact on FAO goal to defeat hunger and achieve food security, and stress the necessity for further development of expected outcome indicator for the assessment and monitoring of the implementation of this new plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chile. Dominican Republic, followed by China. Dominican Republic, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. The Dominican Republic welcomes the progress made in the implementation of the first four-year action plan and the proposal for the second one, which will last through 2025. Antimicrobial resistance is a multidisciplinary global problem which requires an integrated and multi-sectoral approach. For this, the comparative advantages of the FAO as a technical and scientific platform where we can regulate and supervise the use of antimicrobials will contribute to preventing and minimizing the increase of resistance. We hope in the future to see that the number of countries receiving assistance for responsible use of these tools increases, with emphasis on prevention and other good practices. Thank you.
Thank you. China, followed by the US. China, you have the
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the document that you provided. China congratulates FAO on its progress in the 4 priority areas of the FAO Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2016-2020. China supports FAO in promoting multi-sectoral collaboration at global, regional, and national levels, and in developing cooperation around One Health. We encourage FAO in formulating the FAO 2021 to 2025 AMR Action Plan to fully summarize the experiences and lessons which have been obtained to further strengthen tripartite cooperation with the WHO and OIE. Furthermore, develop partnerships with other international organizations, mobilize resources through multi-channels, and provide for the members continuous support in the area of AMR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, China. The US followed by Peru. United States, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The United States believes that AMR is a complex and important public health issue that requires multi-sectoral, scientifically supported approaches aimed at safeguarding the effectiveness of antibiotic drugs in human and animal medicine, curbing inappropriate use, and encouraging innovation to develop new alternatives. As the science and global dialogue around AMR is constantly changing, it is imperative that FAO consult member states in taking into consideration varying global terminology and needs. For example, the World Health Organization and many countries have coalesced around the term medically important to denote those antimicrobial drugs with implications for public health. Much as Chile had mentioned, phasing out the use of antimicrobials that are medically important for growth promotion rather than all antimicrobials assists countries in targeting limited resources at areas of public health concern, while also balancing food security and agriculture sustainability needs. Regarding the second objective on strengthening surveillance and research, beyond gathering evidence, will there be an attempt to evaluate risk from the data generated from surveillance and research? We are concerned that some have made recommendations based on low evidence and believe a need for risk-based information is critical. The United States would appreciate regular consultation with member states and other relevant stakeholders on the process and scope of work under the proposed action plan and other AMR-related work streams. Thank you.
Thank you, US, and thank you to all members for the very short interventions. I will give the floor to Peru, followed by Ecuador. Peru, you have the floor.
A mejorar y fortalecer la gobernanza y gestión de riesgos.
Strengthen and address governance for AMR from an institutional, interinstitutional focus based on our country's multi-sectorial commission, as the results contribute considerably to the development of the national plan. However, it is important to reflect on the previous alignment of FAO's projects towards national plans in order to optimize local and national management and strengthen multi-sectorial coordination and collaboration within One Health. Regarding the 2021-2025 action plan, it's positive that FAO is maintaining and sustaining global efforts to combat AMR from multi-sectorial approach. Peru agrees generally with the goals and strategies that are set out. However, it's important to consider that certain specific activities of the plan need to be developed hand in hand with OIE. Activities such as assessment in programs of antimicrobial administration, guidelines to improve treatment of animal diseases in key sectors for food production, organizing courses on the application of specific prevention practices and infection control, such as appropriate diagnosis of diseases in land animals, and analyze AMR all along value chains to protect the health of animals and plants and determine the level of adoption of prudent AMR antimicrobial use among stakeholders in all areas, from local to global. Likewise, we feel it relevant to mention that the document on the Code of Practices to reduce and contain AMR is being revised for its approval. following Codex procedures. That is why a group of an intergovernmental action group has been activated on AMR. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Peru. Ecuador followed by Japan. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ecuador has worked together with FAO on antimicrobial resistance, particularly in activities linked to the risks of AMR and advocating for better intersectoral policies. Agriculture and Livestock Ministry and the Ministry of Public Health in Ecuador have worked together in drawing up a national plan for the prevention and control of AMR for 2019 to 2023, supported by the Minister of Health, and this was became public in August. We are working on an action plan now for antimicrobial resistance, working within the framework of regulation and monitoring on the prevention, production, use and sales of antimicrobials, so that we retain awareness in the population and provide health professionals with the necessary information about the risks of AMR. The bodies involved have been funding this, and it's to the benefit of our population. In terms of the action plan and FAO's aims and prospects on this front, we agree with a list of key activities for 2021 through to 2025 on the 5 objectives and the corresponding outcomes and outputs. This would allow us to continue the headway already made in our country on containing AMR and bridging gaps as we move forward. It's important that activities planned over the forthcoming period must include information about preventing AMR. That should be part of the binding strategies during this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. Japan followed by Norway. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Japan appreciates FAO's activity on AMR and hope that FAO will continue to AMR work in close cooperation with WHO and OIE so that there will be no gaps or overlaps between the organizations. In this regard, Japan fully supports Australia stating the need for development of action plans of FAO, WHO, and OIE, which are coordinated and complemented each other. Japan is fully aware of the global concern about the human health implication of AMR developed in the agricultural sector. Having said that, it should be recalled that the dominant cause of human death related to antimicrobial resistance is nosocomial infection caused by AMR developed in human medical facilities. The degree of contribution of the agricultural sector to human death is not defined with scientific evidence. Thus, we representatives of the agriculture sector should be careful so as not to be conclude a simple causal relationship. In this content, in FAO Action Plan document, Japan has a doubt in the 3rd paragraph on page 4 if action should be considered to address the challenge of significant loss of human life. Japan considers that adjective significant is neither necessary nor appropriate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan. Norway followed by the UK. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Combating AMR requires a One Health approach in which all relevant sectors cooperate, especially health, agriculture, aquaculture, and environment. We strongly believe that scaling up efforts through the already existing cooperation between the tripartite plus organizations, FAO, WHO, OIE, and UNEP, these are important. And in this context, we welcome the progress report on the implementation of FAO Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2016 to 2020 and the proposals of a new action plan. We think that FAO is uniquely placed to contribute to international efforts to address AMR and to provide support to governments, producers, traders, and other stakeholders to adopt measures to minimize the use of antimicrobials and to reduce AMR. Now I wish to commend FAO for its work structured along the 4 focus areas. Furthermore, we appreciate the new monitoring and progress reporting mechanism and results chain that has been developed in the proposal for a new action plan. We think that this will provide a good basis for monitoring progress on AMR activities. The FAO conference in 2019 adopted a resolution on AMR, and this resolution stresses the need to take measures to secure prudent and appropriate use of antimicrobials. We wish to underline that prudent use is key to obtain the main goals that FAO has set for its work, namely to reduce AMR levels and to preserve the ability to treat infections with effective and safe antimicrobials. So in this context, we wish to point out that in the proposal for a new action plan, the notion of prudent use is not used consistently. And this applies to the focus area D and the related table 4 on outcome and output level. So in this area, Norway calls for FAO to make sure that the action plan is in line with the guidance of the conference regarding prudent use. Moreover, we have another comment regarding terminology and the use of the term therapeutic use in Objective 4. Our understanding is that there is no agreement on this term in Codex. For example, does this include routine prophylaxis in animal food production? In light of the ongoing discussions in Codex, we ask for the clarification on this and suggest that this is also clarified in the action plan. Furthermore, under Objective 4, Norway supports the proposed actions to phase out the use of antimicrobials for growth promotion in animals. Also, we think that this should apply to all antimicrobial agents and not just the medically important antimicrobials. Finally, Chair, Norway appreciates highlighting key messages in the new action plan, and we believe that such clear messages can itself help to provide awareness on AMR. One important message, as we see it, is the opportunities of good hygiene measures in relation to infection prevention and thereby reducing dependence on antimicrobials. This could be highlighted also as a key message. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Norway. UK followed by Egypt. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The UK is very pleased to see that FAO's work to address AMR continues in the face of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the UK shares many of FAO's ambitions for its next action plan, including strengthening action on antimicrobial use and governance, and making the case for public and private investment in this work. We encourage FAO to be ambitious in the delivery of the 2021 to 2025 action plan, and we would like FAO to set out outcome indicators for the plan and to include some of these in FAO's strategic results framework as agreed by Council last December. The UK agrees with FAO's key message that a first step to accelerate action to combat AMR is phasing out antibiotic growth promoters in animals. And we also support efforts to control the use of antimicrobial pesticides with a view to eliminating their use as well. It is right that FAO is building on the lessons learned in the development of the next action plan. But to do this, FAO needs to assess the outcomes of the 2016 to 2020 action plan. Were the objectives set out in paragraph 3 achieved? The results and recommendations of the ongoing external evaluation of FAO's action on AMR should also be incorporated into FAO's action plan moving forwards, and we'd welcome confirmation from management that that will be the case. We understand that resourcing poses a challenge to realising all of FAO's objectives on antimicrobial resistance, and the UK has been generous. But achieving our objectives, our shared objectives on AMR, also needs continued political support and that of the most senior levels of the organisation. We strongly encourage fellow member states to back FAO's plea for more core funding for antimicrobial resistance. The COVID-19 crisis has underlined what we knew already, that collaboration across food systems and health systems, that is a One Health approach, is essential at all levels. This was an important objective of FAO's restructure and of the Council's recent approval to proceed with the FAO-WHO Joint Centre. And as we said at the time, we very much hope and expect OIE to be involved in that as well. Please, can management clarify how FAO will deliver this action plan within the new organisational structure, and how the new FAO-WHO joint unit will support the action plan and the wider tripartite action plan with OIE and WHO and also UNEP. The UK is keen to understand more about how the new global governance mechanisms being developed by the tripartite joint secretariat. We're keen to understand more about how they work, and we're keen to see how the tripartite can model and promote a One Health approach. The tripartite work plan and budget needs to be publicly available to enable a One Health approach to multi-sectoral working and collaboration with member states. Thank you, and we look forward to management's response. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, UK. Egypt, followed by New Zealand. Egypt, you have the floor.
مصر تهنئ الفاو على دورها ومجهوداتها الريادي، وأخص بالشكر سيادة الرئيس على إدارته للجنة الزراعية.
Unfortunately, the sound isn't good enough for the interpretation for the time being.
الزراعية لتحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتحقيق النظم الغذائية المستدامة.
I'm afraid
we welcome FAO's efforts towards achieving the SDGs.
الاتصال. هلو.
Hello, we can.
مصر تهنئ الفاو على دورها.
Egypt would like to congratulate FAO on its efforts at global level, and I would like to thank you, Madam Chairperson, for the way in which you are managing this session of COAG. We welcome the efforts made in FAO towards achieving the SDGs and establish a sustainable system. We thank FAO for studies conducted into AMR, which constitutes one of the main threats to development and food security, and hampers our efforts to face up to common illnesses. If we don't adopt measures and implement strategies through FAO, we will have to live through the era of the post-antimicrobial, which will be worse. We have to try to avoid AMR through various strategic plans. For example, we could have a global work plan which would be implemented in order to combat AMR. We could also have a plan to combat general diseases and promote plans to use the correct and good quality medicines to combat disease. We could work on awareness raising regarding AMR, invest in research and development, particularly in terms of diagnosis of AMR, vaccines, and enhancing knowledge regarding the use of antimicrobials. We could introduce more sustainable farming practices, which would give priority to the prevention of animal disease and pests in order to protect our harvests. Egypt approves this plan for 2021 through to 2025, together with the WHO and OIE, to ensure that this is work involving cooperation, which brings us all together and unites us. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. New Zealand, followed by Thailand. New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand is supportive of international activities such as those of the FAO to minimise the negative effects of the overuse and misuse of antibiotics in the agricultural sector. And I think the importance of addressing this issue has been raised very well already by many other speakers. Also, as others have raised, antimicrobial drugs play a critical role in the treatment of diseases. Their use is essential to protect both human and animal health, and better health outcomes leads to increased productivity of antimicrobials. So reading the papers, we think that care should be taken to ensure the overall messaging carefully balances both those positive and negative aspects of antimicrobial use. We note the report on progress of the implementation of the Action Plan 2016 to 2020. In terms of our own progress, New Zealand continues to implement the New Zealand Action Plan on AMR, but COVID-19 has impacted on recent progress. In light of the above brief comments, New Zealand can support both recommendations in this paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thailand, followed by Indonesia. Thailand, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thailand congratulates the outcome made by FAO were presented in the progress report on the implementation of FAO Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2016 to 2020. We also welcome the proposal for a new FAO Action Plan on AMR 2021 to 2025. In this regard, we recognize the collaboration among FAO, OIE, WHO, and other stakeholders within the framework of the tripartite and other multi-sectorial collaboration within the One Health framework. Antimicrobial resistance is the global threat that requires a coordinated and collaborative One Health approach across the human, animal, and environment interface. Therefore, Thailand National Strategic Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance 2017 to 2021 was developed to address the global issues of AMR. The plan is being implemented using a One Health approach under the National Policy Committees on AMR. The national governance mechanisms were established, and multi-sectoral collaboration has been strengthened over the years. As Thailand is a food-producing country, the Thailand's National Strategic Plan on AMR aims to reduce antimicrobial use (AMU) in animals by 30% by 2021. Within the National Policy Committee on AMR, we cooperate with many stakeholders through multi-sectoral collaboration to implement the plan using good governance and coordinated mechanism. As Thailand is now hosting the FAO reference centers for AMR at Chulalongkorn University, we will continue working with FAO, OIE, and WHO, as well as other stakeholders in containing AMR problem at the national, regional, and global levels. Finally, Thailand approves the proposed FAO action plan on AMR 2021 to 2025, and we request FAO to support the member nations in the implementation of the action plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thailand. I will give the floor now to Indonesia. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The Ministry of Agriculture and FAO Indonesia has implemented the FAO AMR Action Plan since 2017, referring to the 2017-2019 multi-sectoral IAMR National Action Plan and the 2016-2019 Directorate General Livestock and Animal Health Services Roadmap, which includes components of awareness, evidence, practice, and governance. The awareness component focuses on increasing the understanding and awareness of academics, decision makers, farmers, staff of veterinary drug companies, professional organizations, and the public about prudent AMU and AMR risk in the human and animal health sectors. In addition, a curriculum enrichment for the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine has been developed in collaboration with the Association of Indonesian Veterinary Medicine Faculties to increase students' understanding, knowledge, and awareness about AMU and AMR. The evidence component focuses on establishing AMR and AMU animal health monitoring and surveillance systems through pilots and studies on AMR and AMU and strengthening the capacity of AMR testing laboratories. The practice component is focused on improving the implementation of infection prevention and control, farms biosecurity, vaccination, and good farming practices through increasing the number of poultry farms certified by the government. The governance component is focused on strengthening regulation related to prudent use of antimicrobials by issuing a classification of veterinary drugs, as well as the prohibition of antibiotic growth promoter in 2018 and colistin in 2020 for veterinary drugs. Indonesia agreed the committee's recommendation to consider lessons learned from the implementation of the 2016 to 2020 FAO Action Plan as a basis for agreeing on the National Action Plan for the next period in conjunction so that good results can be improved and pursue gaps that still need to be developed. To conclude, we support FAO continuously efforts to control AMR in member countries that adapt to local resources and the achievement of the NAP of the National Action Plan and take into account the sustainability of national capacities in designing sustainable programs and activities in line with global and regional guidelines. I thank you, Madam Chairperson, and over.
Thank you. I've come to the end of my list of members, so I will open the floor to observers. I have a request from Singapore. Singapore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank FAO for the progress report on the implementation of FAO's Action Plan on AMR 2016 to 2020. Indeed, much has been done, and we are happy to have collaborated with FAO on AMR activities for the region. We also benefited from FAO's capability building programs, such as the Atlas Assessor Training. Singapore supports the proposed FAO Action Plan on AMR 2021 to 2025 and its 5 objectives. AMR is an important issue which needs to be addressed, especially the responsible and prudent use of antimicrobials. We recognize the important role of FAO in the tripartite collaboration with WHO and OIE to combat AMR. We agree that there is a need for strengthened One Health collaboration for synergy and to avoid duplication of resources. In this regard, we look forward to the work of the new joint FAO-WHO Center on AMR in the context of this action plan. Singapore appreciates FAO's support for AMR activities. We are committed to combating AMR and will be happy to continue collaboration with FAO in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. Seeing no other calls for the floor, I will turn it over to the Secretariat for their response. I'm not sure if it's Maria Elena or Keith Sumption, but I will turn it over to whichever of them has agreed they will respond. The floor is passed to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. It comes to me to respond. So thank you to all of the members and observers for their comments and for their support. We really welcome these comments on the action plan and your observations and your appreciation of the work that's taken place so far. First, as in my role as Chief Veterinary Officer and also Director of the Joint Centre that's been established after Council, then we really do take these comments and your support very seriously. First, perhaps to say that FAO has a unique role within the tripartite organizations. Its multi-sectoral and wide nature of the use of antimicrobials means that production is both at risk, so it is at risk of antimicrobial resistance, as well as being having a high dependency on the use of antimicrobials in some areas. And secondly, to say that because of that width, we bring a unique role within the tripartite. And the tripartite has been mentioned repeatedly. So let me assure that this is a daily work which takes place between the three organizations at a high level. And as a result of the changes following Council, this role for coordination across FAO as well as with the tripartite members is taken to a higher level. So there has been investment in the organization to respond to that global need and to coordinate across the organization from the use of antimicrobials in plant production, aquaculture, and in animal health. So in response to the first one of the points raised by Brazil about mainstreaming, I would say that increase in the coordination across FAO of all its programs in the divisions that are dealing with environment, dealing with aquaculture, dealing with plant production and animal production, though that is a form of mainstreaming and that has taken place. Was also recalled the need for extra budgetary resources, and here it was mentioned during the comments, the role of the multi-partner trust fund. Now, this is a mechanism that all countries and partners could invest in. Currently, there are 3 countries doing that, but it's a way of ensuring that there is tripartite response to provide support at country levels. Because it was also mentioned that we need to have more countries with national action plans. Not all countries have them, and for some countries, the relative maturity of those plans, as seen by the assessment of the progressive management pathway that FAO has developed, that maturity needs to be advanced. So the multi-partner trust fund, we would invite you to really seriously think about it. It is a way also to answer the question about how do you engage with the work that happens of the tripartite. The multi-partner trust fund is a way to do that, because then it brings countries into those decisions about how extra budgetary resources are used in a way that is a common program to the 3 organizations. So thank you, Germany, for your comments on the success of creating the multi-partner trust fund. We do trust that more countries will now start to use it and engage in that way. The comments of Germany also raised the Global Leaders Group. This is a group that we believe in the tripartite will help take forward the global opinion between opinion formers who are from the ministerial level together with the captains of industry and civil society. And that's going to be important to take forward some of the discussions relating to phasing out of growth promoters. In response to comments from Mali and other countries, FAO does recognize that the animal health status of countries is very different across all our member states. And it must not be forgotten the connection between high impact animal diseases we discussed the other day and the use of antimicrobials. So outcome 3 in the new plan is reducing infections, and that way to reduce the level of antimicrobial use. So we recognize that, and it must be recognized that preventing infections is an important part through good practices, as Indonesia has indicated in its national action plan. Australia, thank you for your comments about evaluating awareness. That is something that is planned. Behavioral change and how we measure change is very much part of an area of strength that FAO brings and should be applied, providing that we can do that at country level. There were also questions, how does the system of coordination work with the OIE, in particular in relation to surveillance? There is a well-developed plan for the tripartite integrated surveillance system for antimicrobial use, and that is an area where the system may well be developed, but we also need the support to ensure that it helps countries to furnish the information needed, also augmented by the surveys that will be needed as well. But that's a daily work to create that new system, and it's part of the plan. In terms of the comments which I recall on having a stepwise approach based on risk, and that has been very much a focus of FAO's work in developing a progressive management pathway for antimicrobial use. That is a stepwise approach applied at national level to help move gradually in all of the major areas of outcome needed, but to help countries to assess their situation and the costs, the impacts, and the trade-offs needed to move to a higher level. So stepwise is very much part of the FAO approach. I think the comments, the other comments we've received about, for example, from the UK, will the evaluation be taken of FAO's work on AMR? Will it be taken seriously by management? I like to assure from my side that we really need those evaluations, and they will help as we restructure and we try to look at what we've done effectively and what areas we need to strengthen across the organization in this way. And finally, thank you to Singapore for indicating their interest to work together with the new joint centre. We will have a lot of interest to work with any countries that are willing perhaps to talk to FAO about how it can support the work through the Multi-Partner Trust Fund or directly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Keith. I see no further requests for the floor from members, so I will consider that we have completed our deliberations on this item number 2.4. We will move more or less immediately to looking at the summary report for this item. But before I do that, I want to take a moment to complete our administrative business to do with drafting committee. On Monday, we as a committee approved the composition of the drafting committee, but we did not yet have a nomination for chair. I'm pleased to advise that we have since received a nomination for chair, and Dr. Juan Prieto Gomez of Spain is nominated to be the chair of COAG 27 drafting committee. So I will ask members, I see the UK has a hand up. I'm assuming it's on AMR, so we will come back to AMR when we complete this. So Juan Prieto Gomez of Spain is nominated as chair of the drafting committee. Are there any objections? Seeing no objections, it is decided that Dr. Pietro Gomez is the chair of the drafting committee, and I would like to extend my sincere thanks to him for taking on that role. We will now turn back to agenda item 2.4, and I will give the floor to the United Kingdom. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for taking the floor again. I also wanted to thank Keith for his responses. I did want to come back to another point that I raised in our statement, which was about the need for transparency in the budget and action plan of the tripartite. And I wonder if Keith can give us any assurances about that. I do think it's really important that members are able to see the details of that action plan and its budget. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I see no further requests for the floor now. So now I will consider our deliberations complete. We do have a draft summary for agenda item 2.4. So I'm sorry. I'm told Keith should reply. Keith, I give the floor to you.
Thank you, and thank you, UK, for a very good, challenging question. I think in terms of putting together and summarizing all the funding that's received in various ways, including in kind from countries and seconded officers and so on, perhaps we haven't done that, and something we may, between the organizations, have to address. But as a transparent mechanism, I would say the multi-partner trust fund is very transparent. You can go to that without being directly involved and see the reports of the minutes of the meetings relating to the how the funding is decided, how it is utilized. So for those countries that are thinking of investing or concerned about how the funding would be used, the multi-partner trust fund is a way to ensure that they can actually see and be involved in those decisions, and those other people can look in and see the results of the minutes of the meetings. So that's, I think, one of the most transparent mechanisms that involves international funding for coordinated activities in this format. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Keith, and thank you, UK. And my apologies, it is getting very late in the day. Okay, we will now turn to the draft summary for review by the committee. I will ask the Secretariat to put it up on the screen. And as per usual practice, I will read through the entire 4 paragraphs. This is the entirety of the report at this point. The committee welcomed the progress report on the implementation of the FAO Action Plan on Antimicrobial Resistance, AMR, and requested a regular update to COAG as a standing item, and acknowledged FAO's work to reduce the burden of AMR in food and agriculture, which contributed to eradicating hunger, sustainable livestock production, and food security. The committee welcomed the proposal of the new 5-year action plan and appreciated the improvements made to foster sustainable actions and called for resources to support its implementation. The committee underlined the importance of FAO's shared responsibility in promoting prudent and responsible use of antimicrobials in the food and agriculture sectors, and appreciated FAO's cooperation with the World Health Organization and the World Organization for Animal Health within the tripartite, and encouraged a more enhanced collaboration with WHO, OIE, and other organizations on AMR as part of the One Health approach. The committee encouraged FAO to continue to strengthen its policy and technical support to members through capacity building at country level and through the development and implementation of tools to assist countries to combat AMR in food and agriculture, including surveillance and monitoring. Since we have all 4 paragraphs on the screen at once, I am going to just go ahead and open it up for comments from the members on any part of this. So the floor is now open for member comments. which I'm sure there will be some, so I will wait. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a few, what I hope will be short and uncontroversial suggestions to include. On paragraph 1, please, in the second line, after the words regular update, could we insert on progress with objectives? Or on progress with the action plan objectives? Thank you. Then in paragraph 2, please can we add the words no, I'm going to come back to that one, apologies. Can we move to paragraph 3, and on the penultimate line where it says enhance collaboration with WHO, OIE, can we also put UNEP and other organisations, please? That's it for now. I will come back to you on paragraph 2, if I may, in a moment. Thank you, and over.
Thank you. I'll turn the floor now to Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to suggest that we go to para 3 and there to the second line. After prudent and responsible use of antimicrobials in food and agriculture sectors, after the semicolon, we could add, please, including the phasing out of the use of antimicrobials as growth promoter. As growth promoter. Language-wise, we can see if we really need antimicrobials there as well, or if the reference to the word in the sentence would be enough, but including the phasing out of the use of antimicrobials as growth promoter. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to Argentina.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to have an initial consultation while I process the rest of the document. I'd like to, the idea of having the regular update in paragraph 1, the regular update on the action plan on AMR. As I understand it, this is a standing item on the program committee's agenda. And since this action plan is being revised by other technical committees as well, I don't remember if it's 4 or 3 of them, I wonder if we are proposing that the update of this plan be carried out systematically in all of the technical committees as well as the program committee, and I wonder if it wouldn't be a bit redundant. Not in the sense that it's not important, but if it might not take up time on the agendas of all the committees and the program committee that could be used to address issues which are equally relevant for the main agenda of the FAO. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Argentina, do you have a specific text proposal or?
No, perdón, Presidenta, no es una propuesta.
No, excuse me, Chair, it's not a text proposal. I'm asking myself, and I'm asking generally what the other members of the committee think about this option of having this regular reporting on the implementation of the action plan, regularly reporting to the COAG, and I'm asking if that applies to the other technical committees as well as the program committee. That's a consultation I'm making. It's a question. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would expect the answer is not at this point that I'm aware of. Of course, I think AMR is at least on Kofi's agenda, so they may choose to do that. But to my knowledge, at this point, it would just be, this is just a proposal for COAG. I'll give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Australia would like to propose an additional paragraph, please. Where it goes doesn't really matter, so the end may be okay. Specifically, what we would like to include is the committee welcomed management's advice that awareness evaluation, the committee welcomed management's advice that awareness evaluation of the initiatives of the action plan is an area of ongoing focus. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I give the floor to Chile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to propose some amendments on first paragraph number 2, where it says, after the comma says, and call for extra budgetary resources. Then in paragraph number 3, we would like to add after WHO, OIE, UNEP, comma, Codex Alimentarius, since we think that it's important to cite it, do the current work that they are developing. And regarding inclusion proposed by, of including the phasing out of the use of antimicrobial growth promoters, we think that if we pose every activity that is under the objective number 4 here in the conclusion, it will be a very long conclusion. So we think it's not something that should be on a conclusion. I think when it says promoting prudent and responsible use of antimicrobials in food and agricultural sector, will cover all the activities that are detailed in the action plan of FAO under that objective. So no need to be specify one of them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chile. I give the floor to the United States.
Sorry, getting some feedback. Thank you, Chair. I think actually following Chile's recommendation to cut out that sentence, we agree with Chile and don't have any additions in that case. Thanks.
Thank you. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for letting me come back again on paragraph 2. I'd like to make two proposals. So first of all, before the words extra budgetary, can we add in core and extra budgetary? And at the end of the sentence, can we also delete the full stop and add in the words and outcome indicators that are linked to FAO's strategic results framework? Strategic results framework. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Indonesia would like to propose sentences or paragraph regarding research and development on using the local ingredients to replace the AMR as growth promoters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Perhaps that could come after paragraph 4, where we're talking about country level. So a new, well, perhaps as part of paragraph 4, a final sentence.
Okay. Maybe after combat.
And then if I understood correctly, it would be a sentence saying, a new sentence, the committee encouraged FAO to explore alternative local products.
Local product or local ingredients.
Or local ingredients?
Yeah. Yes. To replace EMR as growth promoters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. I give the floor
Thanks a lot.
to Norway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In paragraph 3, we suggest to add after tripartite, within the tripartite, we suggest to add collaboration. And also, I'm not an expert on this, but it's good that we have mentioned that UNEP is on board, but I'm not sure in which context we should also highlight the tripartite plus and use that term. So that's perhaps more a question for the drafting committee, because now it seems like we first mentioned the partners in the tripartite collaboration, and then afterwards we mention UNEP. And secondly, Norway also wish to support the suggestion by EU to include the phasing out of the use of antimicrobials as growth promoters in this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Your question for the drafting committee is noted. I give the floor to Cuba.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Thank you, Madam Chair. Our proposal has to do with the need for developing countries to receive technical and financial assistance to facilitate the implementation of this plan. Perhaps in paragraph 2, we could include where it says to support its implementation, particularly in developing countries, with technical and financial assistance, because it's a great effort that's needed for developing countries to acquire all of that knowledge and determine AMR and implement the plan. The other proposal is about the lower paragraph that talks about awareness evaluation. We really don't understand the purpose of the awareness evaluation of the initiatives, because what we think is that the most logical thing would be to make all efforts to implement the plan, but having an evaluation of awareness will be very difficult, and it's an additional burden of work for member states and for the committee. So if we could have an explanation of the goal of this and clarify all of these terms of awareness of evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba, for that question. For further elaboration or for further explanation of the new paragraph 5, perhaps I will just turn it quickly to Australia, who proposed that, to perhaps provide some additional information. Australia, are you able to respond to that question?
Certainly, Chair. So by way of context setting, there were several comments, largely by Australia, in 2 points, both on the existing and the forward plan, on the need to raise further awareness. Essentially, we believe that there is not enough outreach or people are not understanding what is happening, and we consider an evaluation indicator will help us improve general awareness and understanding globally. I hope that addresses the question.
Thank you, Australia. I'll turn the floor now to Brazil.
Hello. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'll start by a comment which is not, of course, going to be a suggestion for the text, but just reminding the members that many countries, including Brazil, consider this document unsatisfactory for a full discussion and positive discussion. So this is not reflected in the spirit of this text. I'm not going to insist on this, I'm just going to remind. For the specific proposals, I would like to support what Chile and US, among other delegations, mentioned for not being in favor of including the phasing out of the use of antimicrobial as a growth promoter in paragraph 3. Could you please scroll up a little bit to the text, if possible? Yes. And then I would like to remind also a long discussion we had in the last 2 councils and the last conference concerning resources for AMR support. And I guess it's clear for everyone that there is no consensus for core resources to support implementation of this plan. So we had to count on extra budgetary resources. We expressed this, and I hope we don't have to restart the whole discussions we had in the conference in the council. And finally, I would like to propose that we, in some place, we stress the importance of scientific evidence based for the work. So maybe we could use the last part of paragraph 2 and outcome indicators, comma, with scientific evidence, comma, that are linked to. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. And Secretariat, I also, what I understood was a request for square brackets around the core end in paragraph 2. I will give the floor to Germany.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. First, I'd like to support Indonesia on the amendment and the proposal that they made a couple of minutes ago. And I'm also happy for Norway to support our suggestion on the including of the phasing out. And just to give again a little bit of information, this proposal to put it into the sentence is really in line with FAO's overall vision and the goal of reducing and slowing the emergence of AMR while preserving the ability to treat infections. And therefore, I'd just like to reiterate that this is something that is important for us. And maybe we can see how the committee reacts to this further on. So just to again explain why that is something that has been also mentioned by several countries, if I remember the discussion well today, and therefore just again to reiterate that we would be happy if it could stay in the text. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I will give the floor now to Japan.
Regarding to paragraph 2, we want to support the, regarding paragraph 3, including the phasing out of the use of antimicrobials as growth promoter, we want to support the US and Chile and Brazil. So we want to not to including the phasing out of the use of antimicrobials as a growth promoter. Over. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan. I'll give the floor to Chile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry for asking the floor again. We would like first to support the intervention made by Brazil, and we think that core should be not included in paragraph 2, since as Brazil mentioned, this was already agreed and highly discussed at the conference. Then we will also support the inclusion from Indonesia. We appreciate that. It's a good way and a good tool for looking at how to solve and fight antimicrobial resistance. We also want, as Brazil mentioned, see if in some part of this conclusion, the statement or concern made by Chile and others about the further discussion that we want to have on this new antimicrobial resistant action plan of FAO by the members could be included. And we also need some kind of clarification about how the specific comments that we made during our statement will be captured in this meeting or in this conclusion. Oh, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chile. On your first point, perhaps we could add something to paragraph 2 on process or on the revisions of the action plan, or further discussion on the action plan. I would say maybe just a new sentence at the end saying the committee noted the need for ongoing discussion on the action plan moving forward. Except now I'm wondering if that should go wherever there was a mention of, reporting. Well, let's leave it there for now and wait for the good offices of other members. If that reflects Chile's intention. And then there was a question on how we will reflect comments on the action plan. And perhaps I can turn to the Secretariat there for whether there is any process for updating, revising that action plan going forward. So I will turn to Keith, perhaps, for some clarification there. Keith, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. The action plan as proposed is still not too late to be updated with the comments, taking into account comments that we have received. We've already clearly had that call to ensure that we have got outcome indicators. That's already been mentioned. The comments have been very helpful through this process to help us see where the other areas could be given some more clarification, particularly ones that we've received, for example, to ensure that we're using a risk-based approach, that we're aware of the effects on food security and livelihoods of change in use of antimicrobials or banning or the similar measures. So that work is already covered to some extent in the action plan, but we can clarify that. So the action plan as proposed will still be able to have some modifications, but within the structure, I think that's already been presented before you. It will not be a change in terms of the outputs or the outcomes expected or the goals, but in some of those activities.
Thank you, Keith. So perhaps I can suggest changing that last sentence I just suggested based on Chile's intervention to noted the need for, I would say, refinement of the action plan. Based on members' comments.
Could we add paragraph number 2, now that I still have the floor, inclusive the need for refinement of the action plan based on members' comments and inclusive discussions?
So, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. I give the floor to Argentina.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, we would like to support the comments made by Brazil on the core budget. In certain circumstances in the governing bodies, including in council, there was this debate because including finance from the core budget would imply an increase in the core budget through an increase in contributions, or it would reduce the priority currently established for certain other areas of action. So we'd prefer this to be deleted, this reference to funding from the core budget. Further comment on paragraph 1 now, if we can come back to that. There was the proposal for regular updates to COAG. We feel that this action plan was approved by the Council, and the Programme Committee asked then that it should be examined by the technical committees. We believe that these updates, therefore, should come about in the Programme Committee first and foremost, because AMR is seen as a regular item on the committee's agenda. And then COAG and or other technical groups in which this action plan is evaluated, if that was to happen there, would be duplicating work which could, and taking up time which we could be used to deal with other issues which are crucial to the work of the organisation. So we feel that either this reference should be deleted or should be put in square brackets for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentine. So, yes, that's what I understood as well. So that is so noted. I give the floor now to Costa Rica.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I'd like to see the same language used throughout the document. And I think there's a proposal made by Cuba. I think you mentioned, Madam Chair, about using something in a prior document. In paragraph 2, it talks about developing countries, and we'd like to say low and medium income countries and countries in transition. That's something which was used previously in the document, and we would like the same language to be used consistently throughout the document. Thank you.
Costa Rica. So if I understood correctly, that was in paragraph 2, I think. I can't see it anymore.
Paragraph 2.
Reference to developing countries should be changed to reflect the language used in
low and middle income countries and economies in transition. Low and middle income
and middle
income countries and economies in transition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. I give the floor to Cuba.
Gracias, señora Presidenta. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would prefer to retain developing countries because that's a term used in Agenda 2030 and many other FAO documents. The term developing countries, as I say, is one already included in many UN documents. And we don't think we should classify countries by their income nor through transition processes. And that's why we would request that we retain that term, developing countries. I also would like to thank Australia for the explanation given about this question of the evaluation of awareness, but we still think this is an ambiguous process. In order to evaluate awareness, you would need a qualitative assessment after a certain period of time over which the action plan had been implemented, and there'd been communication activities, exchange of experience. And this would be focused on an audience, a sector of, well, maybe professionals, private sector, civil society. So we think this paragraph needs further work. We could have exchange of experience and then maybe include the rest in square brackets. Thank you.
Yes, so could the Secretariat scroll down to the final paragraph? So the square brackets, I guess, would come on around evaluation. Paragraph 5, if I've understood correctly, but Cuba, you will stand by to correct me, it would be a square bracket before evaluation. Awareness. And after awareness of, so just evaluation in square brackets. In fact, does that address, is that what you were proposing, Cuba, or please correct.
Prácticas en la aplicación del plan.
Unfortunately, the interpreters only got a very short part of that sentence. We didn't understand the comment made.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cuba, we couldn't hear you for most of your comment. Would you mind repeating, please?
Sí, pudiéramos poner, en vez de la evaluación.
Yes, the evaluation should be in square brackets. Instead of it, we could say something about recognized the need for greater exchange of experience and knowledge of best practices with implementation of the plan. Yes, of best practices in the implementation of the plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cuba. I give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to come back to paragraph 2. So, yes, as Brazil and Chile and others have mentioned, we talked a lot about resources for antimicrobial resistance in the run-up to the resolution that we agreed at conference. And certainly, in part of those discussions, we acknowledged that FAO management already allocates some core resources to antimicrobial resistance, and we agreed in the run-up to conference that FAO would maintain the allocation of core resources to antimicrobial resistance, and that's what we're looking for here. We wouldn't want FAO to be entirely dependent on extra budgetary resources to undertake the work that it does on antimicrobial resistance. I think it would be more simple to delete the whole phrase core and extra budgetary and just leave it as it was originally proposed, and indeed as it is recommended as it is included in the suggested action at the beginning of the paper. So I would, as you've done, put that phrase, all of it, in brackets as a way to move forward and reach compromise. And then I would also support the inclusion that the EU has proposed for the reference to phasing out of antimicrobials, antimicrobial growth promoters. Indeed, that's something that's in the paper and not controversial, I didn't think. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, UK. I give the floor to Peru.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We support what's been said by Brazil, Chile, the UK and other countries on that deletion in paragraph 2 on funding from the core budget.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just turning back to paragraph 5. While the terminology awareness evaluation was something that management used in their response, I'm more than happy to have the removal of the word evaluation in this paragraph, but I would suggest that we do not add the final point suggested by Cuba and recognised, because that's adding words to essentially what was spoken about. We didn't discuss that in any detail, but as I said, I'm more than happy for the word evaluation to be removed if that will help broker a compromise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Australia. I'll give the floor to Chile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like in paragraph number 1, if you can roll over. Thank you, Madam Chair. We would like, paragraph number 2. We would like to support the intervention that address that. We prefer also to refer to low and middle income countries and economies in transition. This is the new concept that is used now in several other forums, replacing the developing countries that we used to use. And also we would like to support the comments from Argentina, because as we already see in this drafting conclusion, this agenda item is taking a lot of the time from the Commission on Agriculture. And so we think that is not necessary the regular update on progress with the action plan objective in this particular committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. I will give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We wanted to support our colleagues regarding the 3rd paragraph who want to maintain the phrase about phasing out the use of antimicrobials as growth promoter. We think that that is a correct concept, as the use of antimicrobials as growth promoters presents risks to human health and can increase the emergence of AMR. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, we have only a few minutes left here for our session today. So, starting at the top, we still have differences of view, and from what I've heard, it's not so much differences of view on the need for regular updates on progress, but as to which body should hear that and whether it should be COAG as a standing item. It seems to me I heard a suggestion, I cannot recall from whom, but maybe I will toss that out here to see if this helps unblock this. My suggestion would be to add in here with the action plan, progress a regular update on progress with the action plan objectives to, and what I heard was to program committee, to the program committee, and to other technical committees including COAG. And my suggestion then we would remove, instead of as a standing item, we would say as required or something like that, and remove the reference to a standing item. That would be my suggestion there. I will let people mull that over and continue on to paragraph 2. I am inclined to, I would suggest here that perhaps the solution is indeed deletion of this, because I heard, an interest in maintaining at least the core funding already allocated to this. So I would perhaps suggest that perhaps committee members could consider deleting that, or another alternative might be called for maintaining core resources and for additional extra budgetary resources. But my first suggestion would be simply to delete that. So let's go ahead and try to delete that and leave it as resources and see what the reaction is. Developing versus low and medium, I am very much in the hands of members for this. I see there was already a reaction from Brazil. So maybe given the time constraints, I won't proceed any further and just open the floor then to members on what I just did in paragraphs 1 and 2. Starting with Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you again, Madam Chairperson. Concerning the proposal of deleting, I think would not reflect the first importance of the item and second, the discussion. So I would very much prefer that we use maintaining the core resources and calling for or looking for extra budgetary, new extra budgetary resources. I think this would reflect much more what was discussed today and both parts of the interests. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Secretariat, that would read then in paragraph 2 and called for maintaining core resources and increased extra budgetary resources to support its implementation. I will give the floor now to Cuba.
Gracias, señora Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we want to retain that term developing countries because reading through the document which has been presented and the action plan, there is no reference to low-income countries, middle-income countries. There's a group of countries, but they're not classified. And we want to use the wording used in Agenda 2030 and documents previously presented in the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Cuba. Those terms are both still in square brackets, so we will still need to come to a conclusion there. I give the floor to Chile and Argentina, and then I think we're kind of out of time, so we'll have to continue this tomorrow. But Chile, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding your proposal in paragraph number 1, at the end, maybe it's better if we use as appropriate instead of as required. Then in matter of the agenda items and the time needed, we will decide if it's appropriate or not to receive this regular update or progress at this committee. Then on term of paragraph 2, in order to get consensus in something, we can also, we don't have any strong preference if we talk about developing or low or middle income countries in this conclusion. I think both of the terminologies are well understood around the world. And then regarding the intervention made just by Brazil, we like and support to maintain core resources and increase extra budgetary resources. And if it's possible, add a parenthesis that say e.g. multi-trust fund, because the Chief of Veterinary Office mentioned this multi-trust fund several times as a way to move forward this plan and support this plan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chile, and thank you for your flexibility on terminology. I give the floor to Argentina, and then we will, and please be brief because we are now over time.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to say that I hope that these additions will help, but they're not firm positions. Regarding the name, the developing countries or classifying them by income, I think a number of international instruments use the terminology developing countries and economies in transition. So I hope that's helpful. In addition, when we refer to resources, we could, if it might be clearer in the text, predictable funding through multi-year contributions.
By donor countries.
I'm sorry, what would that replace?
En ese espacio de
in that space, after core resources,
and predictable funding through multi-year.
It would be core resources and predictable funding?
Through multi-year contributions by donor countries.
So, and contributions by donor countries. And your suggestion is?
And predictable funding through multi-year contributions by donor countries. Gracias, Presidenta.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just before we, and I'm thanking the interpreters for their flexibility, I did see a bit of support there for the developing countries and economies in transition. So let's try that. Let's add that in now. So developing countries, and then, and just delete low and middle income and economies in transition. We'll try that out tomorrow, but let's just put that in now. Okay. I think we are now over time, so we will have to suspend discussion here and take it up first thing in the morning at 9 when we reconvene. Thank you to the interpreters for letting us linger on a few extra minutes and for all their hard work today. Thank you to members for all your hard work. The drafting committee, I believe, will be meeting now. And I hope that the information has been sent to the drafting committee for how they will meet. So I will not delay them any longer, but wish them good luck. And we'll see everyone tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock Rome time. Have a very good rest of the day.